Morning, everyone. Welcome to the third day of the inquiry into an appeal relating to the Eastgate Centre. So, do we have an attendance list circulating? Yeah, thanks. So today we'll deal with the evidence of Mr. Hancock, the remaining evidence in chief, and then cross-examination, and then move on to Mr. Tracy. We may complete the design evidence today. If we don't, we can deal with any further evidence tomorrow morning before the roundtable on housing land supply. Just an update in terms of documentation, as I've been alerted to, there has been a revised further draft of the section 106 submitted to me, and the council have had that as well, with some commentary, which I'll look at between now and next week. In terms of the still compliance statement, is that anywhere near completion? Right. Okay. Okay. Thanks. It'd be helpful to have that before the weekend. Yeah. Yeah. In relation to that, the document has been submitted, which I assume the appellant is aware of. It's a Basildon Council local cycling and walking integration or infrastructure plan, which is effectively a supporting document to the still compliance statement. Yeah, yeah. I call that ID 5. In terms of the draft 106, it's probably premature to put it as a core document because it's still under discussion. So I won't include that as an inquiry document as yet. In terms of other documentation, I think Hancock, you were going to provide a plan relating to the listed buildings.
Yes, sorry, sir. So I've drafted one, and I just need to
that's the council. Yeah.
Send it to,
Yeah. Okay.
I think it's on that survey. Yesterday. Sorry, and I think we're cognizant of the fact that we're sort of guessing at it.
Right.
So there is no, the description is very unclear.
Yeah. Okay.
And one reading of it suggests it's the entire square, which would be wholly exceptional, historically good to do.
Right.
So I think what I've tried to do is to find the main it's that listing, which is it's the square, the raised steps.
Yeah.
That's the most troublesome. The others is quite well defined.
Right.
But I can we'll swap that between us.
If it's not possible to define it clearly, then I suppose it's not worth submitting, is it? But if
it assists you, sir. But we'll do what we can. But I think the other thing we're aware of is we don't want to, because we are guessing at it to an extent. We don't want to create a situation where we're defining a position as to the extent of listing that others are relying on in the future in some ways. Yeah. So I've got a bit of caution around it on those terms as well.
Okay. And in terms of the housing land supply session tomorrow, I did run the addendum.
There's a statement on the ground addendum which has been agreed. I think it's going to be emailed to the inspectorate. It hasn't been the next few minutes.
Okay, so that will hopefully take us forward in terms of some level of agreement on some sites. Yeah. Thanks. Right, was there anything else in terms of documentation or procedure? No.
This side, no.
Okay. Matthew, we can carry on with the examination in chief.
Thank you, sir.
Savannah.
Mr. Hancock, good morning. Having been through the presentation you did yesterday, can you explain to us your view of the relative sensitivity of Basildon as a townscape? Is it a place that's unique and special?
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. No. Understood. Is it a place, in your view, that's unique and special, that has elements to respond to, etc.?
Yeah. I mean, I think the first thing to say is that I don't think that my approach or the approach of the applicant team throughout the application process was that it was a blank sheet. The site is obviously there's very little to sort of draw on It's a post master plan part of the new town, and its buildings, as was sort of being gone through with Mr. Reynolds yesterday, are not of any real merit. And even the bus station is sort of one sort of new town inverted commas building within the site. Its most prominent feature is its mural, and that's a complete 1998 recreation. So there's nothing in that part of the site which hasn't been significantly altered later. As a new town, I sort of dispute the idea that Basildon is some sort of excellent example. There are certainly better examples, but it does have features of quality and importance. The important thing about that, though, is that those qualities and features of real interest and quality are in very sort of focused locations, and that they're in those sort of set piece experiences along the central core. I think beyond that, there are a very large number of townscape experiences which, while being very much of Basildon, I don't think are something that anywhere should aspire to, which I think is why in the pre-application discussions you see the council officers praising our scheme for being transformational rather than trying to draw it back too heavily to character. Now there are features within the townscape nonetheless which we can use to ground the scheme, which I think have been used to ground the scheme. So there's a coarseness of grain which, as I say, I think is problematic in a lot of ways and isn't something that we should slavishly follow across the site, but is something that we can seek to emulate in order to create in certain parts of the site in order to draw the two things together. There are other features like that which are fundamentally new town characteristics, which are things that we could sort of latch onto, but which, if we did so, we would cause ourselves some problems as far as the quality of the urban design was concerned. So some of the sort of classic townscape features that we were sort of looking at, I was looking at my presentation yesterday, things like the absence of greenery, the hardness, the sort of the relentlessness of the low level buildings, the mono use sort of character of that retail space. A lot of those things are classic Basildon. They're sort of unique, not really uniquely Basildon. They're sort of uniquely Newtown, really. But they are attributes of the existing townscape, and they're attributes of the existing townscape that arise from Newtown character. So it can be very, very difficult to unlock the difference between the good and the bad of the new town. That's where the challenge, I think, for Brian and his team lay, and for the scheme lay, is how do you respond to an existing character which is hand in hand good and bad. So it's not a site without sensitivity, but I think it becomes very difficult to design a scheme that is genuinely good and positive and regenerative, whilst also being sort of drawn back to responding to character, particularly in an instance where the site itself is not, in my view, an appropriate place to just extend Newtown character out of the core.
I'll turn to the National Design Guide. What's your view or your approach to how an NDG treats context or identity as a driver for design?
So, I mean, you've got the situation where you've got two of the 10 spokes of the wheel are about context to an extent, identity and context, and you know, clearly it's an important factor in developing a design. It's always been the approach in a British context to sort of seek to ground a development in its place. What is interesting about those two elements is they're not just physical; they are sort of social and experiential as well. But in my proof, I've tried to from paragraph 5.79 onwards, I've tried to have a real dig into what that section says when it comes to a site and a scheme like this, because it is a departure in scale from the existing character in terms of what's there on the site already. And it is also, I would argue, a development in a place which is less sensitive to change than were we developing in somewhere that was a conservation area or was a sort of a very historic village with a whole load of different levels of palimpsest on it, or a historic town centre. What you have is a sort of single phase place, which, as I say, any fair analysis results in the conclusion that there are elements to unpick as well as elements to respond to, and the National Design Guide sort of seeks to capture some of that. It offers up the opportunity for developments to feel free to express themselves and do things that are different and new, if that's in the service of good quality urban design. It suggests that larger schemes might have issues with trying to scale up existing character. I made the point in my proof that's an issue that we're facing elsewhere. Another scheme I'm working on in Norwich, Anglia Square, where there's a general agreement that it's going to be a large scheme. If you try to scale up local character, you end up with something which is just overscaled and over fussy and everything else. So there are challenges there. And I think what becomes interesting is about the way in which those other appeal schemes have then sought to deal with how you capture the character in their schemes, and they're often very detailed. The comments and the appeal decisions are often about facade treatment and materiality and elements of specific detail rather than elements of general master planning. So overall, I read the NDG as being actually quite pragmatic rather than prescriptive, and certainly opposed to the idea of slavishly copying. I know we're not being accused of being slavishly copying, but it demonstrates that there has to be flexibility in the way that a designer and a decision maker looks at how a large scheme like this responds to a site. And my personal analysis, having gone through it, is I don't think we're in conflict with the National Design Guide in terms of its overall approach to identity and context.
And is your approach consistent with that of the two recent appeal decisions?
I think so, yes. I mean, there were interesting appeals, both of them, to sit through, because you have a situation where various inspectors are essentially trying to grapple with the same basic issue. You've got a town centre that requires regeneration. It's got some special elements, but there's a lot as you walk around which is problematic. And what was being proposed was a very noticeable change in scale. You know, in the case of the Market Square scheme, for example, that's the first time really that anyone's going, well, here's an up to 17-story building right in a town centre where the only other building in the new town core is Brook House. And they're decisions that recognise that sort of change in character within that most sensitive space can take place, and a sort of dramatic change can take place while still having the references and the reflections there to sort of tie it in its place. But I think if you look at both of those two appeal decisions, what you don't see is an inspector saying, well, they've done A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. There's loads of stuff that they've done, which is specifically of Basildon. I think in terms of Market Square in particular, when you look at paragraph 62 to 73, it's essentially a tick box of all the things that the scheme hasn't done before the inspector reaches the view that it is in context with its place. So there's clearly flexibility in the way that those inspectors have applied their analysis of how to respond to Basildon in dealing with the design elements of those schemes.
So pulling all that together, your judgment on how the scheme performs as a development, which is, to borrow a quote, of Basildon.
So I think it is transformational, and it is very clearly and this was sort of something that was supported as a principle by the QRP. It's not a scheme that tries to limit itself in terms of its density to what is a very sort of low-lying town centre. You know, there are a large number of tall buildings within the scheme. There's no question about that. But I think there are a couple of key things that make it such that you wouldn't design it like this anywhere else. And all of this exists within the context, like I say, that actually, because we're outside the new town master plan, it's not always appropriate to say, right, well, here's new town modernism. How do we apply that to our site? Because I just don't think that's particularly honest, if nothing else. But we have got in zone 1 an area which has a podium with buildings rising out of it, which is a sort of a reflection of the coarse grain that you see to the north, and is also a reflection of the sort of horizontality and verticality of arrangement approach, which you see being discussed at length in the other appeal decisions, but also which forms very much part of this period in terms of the discussion that's going on about the new empiricism. So there's a scheme that I refer to in my proof that's been referred to by the Lean Barn in Rotterdam, which is the world's first pedestrianised precinct in this sort of style, and that has got this horizontality with buildings rising out of it. So that's the area close to Brookhouse. It's the area that most obviously worthy of seeing a more new town response. It's got coarse grain, it's got that horizontality with the podium and everything else. So that's sort of one element of it. There's been discussions about these axial routes, axial views. The route that we see coming north through the site is essentially a reopening of a route that's become covered within the Eastgate centre as it developed into a shopping mall, and of a sort of planned experience. It was never a straight route on the original master plan. It had a kink in it, and so, you know, it's not slavish re-representation, but there's an element there which feels very much of the place. And the long route that we see cutting up through the site from southeast to northwest has this sort of long straight feel, which is sort of quite Basildon and quite Newtown, really, albeit the buildings to either side are not so much, because we're further away from that Newtown centre. So there's massive opportunity within the reserve matter stage to play the sorts of architectural games that are being indicated in the DAS and indicated in the design code to ground the buildings in a sort of modernist aesthetic. With the exception of Brookhouse, there aren't many buildings in the town centre to actually draw direct inspiration from, but there's an approach, there's materiality, there's that sort of textural feel that can be drawn on. That opportunity is there. As far as the outline is concerned, it is very much a different type of scheme to what you find in the town centre elsewhere. It is now being built into a town centre that has got tall buildings set within it. But fundamentally, in its ground level experience, there are elements which have Newtown a new town feel to them, which means that the thing begins to feel a bit more begins to feel grounded. I think also the other thing just to say is there's an interesting thing what the QRP talk about, the emblematic role of Brook House.
We get that up. It's CD 4.24, page 22 of the PDF. And it's the paragraph under people.
Just give me 1 second.
The first paragraph. We see that the QRP is always talking about the proposals, the three schemes together. So obviously one has to view them together.
Who'd you get?
22, sir. 22. There should be a heading people at the top of the page. We see the overriding theme was identity. Three proposals were lacking at that stage in creation and promotion of Basildon's own identity, principal concern, risk of creating anywhere place. And then the list of grade 2 Brook House was highlighted as a key starting point. Refurbishment, upgrade roads we'd seen as the catalyst, the town centre regeneration, where development will stem from. Having this at the epicentre of the theme of identity will go some way in referencing the identity of Basildon. So that's what was said at that time, which then things follow on from that. So your comments on the significance of those observations.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is what becomes. It's not entirely flippant to say that we're not touching Brook House, and therefore that sort of core central Basildon-ness of Basildon will be protected, and because fundamentally what will always happen with that town centre is that central zone will be your final point of arrival, the sense that you've arrived at the core of the town centre and of what is Basildon. And there's discussions about the marker buildings and blocking out views, which we can come on to, but fundamentally Townscape's very kinetic experience. And I think the experience of Basildon at the moment is very much that you arrive at this incredibly problematic edge, and then there's always a point from whichever direction you arrive in where you go, here we go, now we're cooking. Essentially everything's a bit sort of outworn and downtrodden, but fundamentally you're getting the taste of those money shots, that real bit of interlocking townscape of quality. And if, as I think it will do, this scheme provides an open door to the town centre, drawing people into that central space, and is shaped in such a way that you don't stop and don't go into the town centre, but you're drawn into that central area, and doing things like removing some of the retail from our site and strengthening that central area as far as land use is concerned will do that. Then all it's doing is creating additional experiences which put Brook House back at the centre of in the town centre, because if the town centre is put back into being the centre of Basildon, then what is Basildon? Its Basildon-ness, its uniqueness will be enhanced, because you will get that really emblematic experience of, right, here we go, here's the new town. And if you look at any of those other new towns, that's the game they're having to play. The fundamental issue with all of them is that they're not being used enough, and they've got this sort of outworn character, and developments around the edges of those are about improving accessibility and improving pedestrian routes in, and drawing people back into their experience and enjoyment of that space as it was intended to be.
Then on the subject of Brook House, but moving on, I think this is our last main theme really, the townscape role of Brook House. There was a lot discussed between Mr. Hal Williams and Mr. Reynolds, then me and Mr. Reynolds, about its role in those views, etc. So can you help us in that respect?
So I think there's been a whole series of very interesting debates about Brook House's townscape role in previous appeals as well. It's a well-trodden path, really. And the Town Square North appeal focused very heavily on this question of what does the list description mean when it talks about the townscape role of Brookhouse. I don't necessarily think we need to put it up. It's sort of what you see is that discussion of its role in that central space again. And actually, again, that is a very Newtown thing. So that your sort of vertical element to stand against horizontality could be as simple as in Stevenage as a little bell tower, or in Bracknell as a sort of 5-6 story block that ends the leisure centre, that becomes a finishing point for a long view. What you don't get is there's a lot of discussion about whether Brookhouse or the Stadtkrone, this sort of emblematic central point that everything comes up to, which it very clearly isn't. What you don't get in Newtowns is a tall building that then provides an overarching central experience of where the town centre is for everybody who lives in that new town. And Brookhouse isn't tall enough to do that. And if you look at the way it's arranged, it's incredibly it's very rectilinear. It's not an elegant tall form. It's a jewelry box, really, lifted up on its pilotis to create these dramatic experiences at the base. You stand in a sunken square and you look up at the pilotis, and all the windows are sticking out at you, and on a bright winter's day, and the sun's reflecting off it. It's a really nice experience. And there's very little treatment to the north and the south facades, because it's all about that east-west experience within that central space. When you go around the ring road, and we have a look at the views in a second, when you go around the ring road, in a lot of places you lose Brookhouse completely. And even in the original master plan, you would not have been able to really see Brookhouse. It wasn't designed to be seen from there, which I think is very interesting, because if you've got a car-centred town, which you do, you would sort of think that it would act as a sort of a landmark to sort of draw you into the townscape. But that's not really the movement pattern that people are doing. They're driving in and they're finding their car park, essentially. That's what you want them to do. And when we talked about view 8, that is a particularly good example where you can see it, you can't really see its detailing, and then when you get to it, it's signposted nothing because you can't really get to it. You're forced around and about to get then into the town centre, so it's not really performing any sort of landmarking role. So and then in longer views, I think it's been agreed very, very clearly, I think, through the previous appeal decisions. You always see it in conjunction with Great Oaks House, and it will be seen as part of a larger sort of collection of buildings. I think it's really, really interesting that we have a situation where you have a scheme directly adjacent with 4 tall buildings, most of which are taller than Brookhouse, which in most of the views that we will look at either overlap with Brookhouse or stand directly next to it. I completely reject the idea that those schemes create some sort of dynamic sky gap that we just don't create, because, I mean, there of course is a sky gap significantly set apart from Brookhouse. But both inspectors reached the view that singularity, that primacy would remain, because it lies in that architecture. It lies in the fact that it's emblematically Newtown, and you see that in its architecture, and you will always read it as that sort of building, no matter how sort of surrounded it becomes. So I did just want to have a look at the views. We don't have to go through all of them. I'd like to go through quite a few of them, but just very quickly, if that's. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I can sort of cross reference between the two. Yeah, is that Would that be helpful, sir, for your reference, and for others in the room, if I?
I can pull them up, but so others it might be helpful.
Okay, do that.
Share screen.
Sorry, just give me 10 seconds just to arrange this. Sorry, I'm just finding the Zoom link. So I think for flow, what I'll do is I'll stick to the original.
Yeah.
But the inspector should or can cross-reference between the two documents, because obviously this has got the taller the principal difference is the taller market building. So just as a starting point, so this is the view looking along East Walk, and what you see here is the basic purpose behind the setting out of height in the scheme as you see it, setting height away from that central core, and stepping up towards the south, primarily to give breathing space and primacy to Brook House. And what you see at the bottom, the cumulative schemes. Sorry, I will just go back to the previous page. So that the bottom image there is just our scheme, and we're back to this thing where we've got Market Square and Town Square North being shown slightly separately. So the best comparison is between the bottom view on this screen and the bottom view on this screen, which shows you how those two consented schemes in that new town core will sit directly adjacent to Brook House. So it's a very different type of impact here. There's a couple that I'll just flick through very quickly. This is just to demonstrate the point really about the role of Brook House. This is a very typical role for Brook House to play in that town, in that ring road experience, sort of poking up. I don't think there's not a marker role being played there. It's not sufficiently prominent. It's not designed with a clear crown. It's another feature in a townscape. It's very difficult to discern the quality of its features from here. And again, just some of these 4 to 7 really demonstrate the same point. You're around the edge of the site, and you're not really of the town centre, and you're not really seeing Brook House at all. Just on this, there's just a couple of things to flag. The first is that between 1985 and 2014, Brook House was not even have been visible here. The Norwich Union building, which has been significantly truncated because it didn't make financial sense to retain it at its original height, was sat on a direct alignment with Brook House, so it was completely invisible for the entirety of that period. I think in terms of this view, I've identified. I'll come back to heritage points, but I've identified in the heritage point of view that if you want to find harm to Brook House, this is one of the areas where you're sort of forced to find it, because it will be obscured where it is currently visible. But from a townscape and from a heritage point of view, the townscape role it's playing here is extremely marginal. It doesn't act as a useful landmark because it's waymarking something that you can't ultimately experience, and that pretty much from its original construction was very difficult to experience. And as I say, it's very much designed to be appreciable from its base and on an east-west alignment. This is a very, very typical 1960s flank elevation to a residential building. If it had elevations that reflected this on its two other sides, there is absolutely no way that it would be listed. This is it's just a very ordinary view of this building, but there will be obscuration here. I've referenced these in my proof. They're just helpful indicators again of the fact that yes, you will be able to see the scheme, but your focus remains on the foreground, on East Square, on the base of Brook House. Your actual experience of our scheme within that central core is secondary, very much because that was, you know, we've always seen protection of that as being quite an important part of what we do on this site. 12 and 13, we don't need to spend too long on these because I just don't think that Mr. Reynolds has read these views correctly, but you'll see in paragraph 7.86 at the bottom of page 58, we've reached a view that our scheme would have a nil cumulative effect here. Our scheme is entirely concealed by the consented schemes and would not affect this view in any way. It's just as simple as that. It wouldn't affect any of your kinetic experiences coming down from this direction. It's not a nil harm position, it's a nil effect position. It's as simple as that. There's a tiny marginal little sort of arm that you can see just below Town Square North, but it's really not doing anything, particularly considering the Brook House is largely concealed from this point by Town Square North. And then I think we can skip to 15. So the station, Basildon Station postdates Brook House. So again, from a heritage point of view, there's clearly no intention in the building of Brook House that it should be seen from this position. Again, as a way marker, it is visible. There's some issue that is very problematic providing cumulatives from this direction because we're in front of those other two schemes. So it's difficult to sort of imagine what you would see if you removed our scheme from this view. But what you would see concertinaed and immediately to the left of Brook House, running into the centre of the frame, is the four towers of Town Square North and Market Square. So Brook House would not be the tallest visible element in that view, and would be the end of a cluster. So again, it is concealed here. There is a loss of a view to Brook House, but it's not the view that exists on the top there as far as the baseline is concerned, and it's not a significant view from my perspective. In terms of the townscape experience, I think our scheme very clearly indicates where the town centre in general is, and it draws you down from the station platform, across the road, through the development and into the town core. And again, 16 and 18. So on 16, cumulatively, Brook House is largely actually concealed by other developments, by Town Square North in particular. No particular concerns raised as far as long range views were concerned in the other appeal schemes. So again, we are similarly partly concealed here and just form part of a town centre skyline. So there's no real effect on your appreciation of the town centre or Brook House there. And on 18, there is backdropping to Brook House, which is again seen on that north-south axis, where it's much more difficult to appreciate its qualities, partially concealed by Great Oaks House already and forming part of a characterful skyline. So I think that's from this direction, there's a sense of, you know, the location of the site of the town centre is well signposted by a scheme that draws the three schemes together in those views. So that's all I wanted to look at on the views.
Do you want to add anything very brief on heritage impact, or is that covered in the statement of comment?
It's mainly covered in my rebuttal. Really, I think the central point is that while we are identifying some lesser substantial harm, I think really, if you look at the way that assessment has been undertaken by previous inspectors, and you look at what really makes that building significant, it's extremely difficult for our scheme to have anything other than an extremely marginal effect on that building's significance. We are adding new tall buildings into the town centre, but they are set away. There is nothing like the proximity and the range of effects that you see arising from the other two appeal schemes, which were both confirmed by the inspectors to not cause any harm to its primacy, which is the central point. So yes, there's some weighing in the balance to be done, but I think we're pretty much in the same place when you think about that. The question when I see what the council say about the level of harm is, how do you get from having to apply considerable importance and weight to harm to a heritage asset and push out the other end limited weight? And the answer has to be that we're so far down the less substantial harm spectrum that the harm itself is marginal, and therefore in line with Palmer and other appeal decision and other bits of case law, any presumption against development that it might be providing is extremely limited, really. But I've set all that out clearly in my rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Thank you, sir. That's the evidence in chief.
Thank you. Move on, Mr. Howell Williams, to your cross-examination. Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Hancock.
Morning.
Luckily, I'm pointing towards the appellants, and hopefully I will be heard throughout. But please raise a hand, Mr. Hancock, and anybody else if you can't hear the question clearly enough. Just by way of context, Mr. Hancock, could you look to your proof on paragraph 1.15. Just want to be clear about your involvement in the scheme.
Yes.
And cast your eye across that paragraph, reminding yourself of the text.
Yes.
And it would appear that you were director of the team from March 2020 to October 2021. Is that correct?
I was the director of the team. I've been director of the team throughout the life of the project, is the point.
Yes. Okay. But during the sort of what might be regarded as the team evolution, you were a director of the team.
Yes.
Yeah. However, it makes clear, doesn't it? And you've been straightforward enough to inform the inspector that whilst you gave strategic advice on the project, largely internally, it was led by an associate.
Yes, that's right. Yeah,
and by all accounts, an anonymous associate.
Well, I haven't provided their name there. I'm happy to do so, but
and you signed off the environmental statement.
Yes,
but you didn't write it. You obviously read it and signed it off. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So throughout the process, myself and actually for part of it, two associates who were leading on it were in conversation about the work that we were doing and about the scheme.
Yeah.
But I don't lead directly on every single project.
No, you cover an enormous number of projects, and I understand from my experience how it works, that somebody does the real work and passes on to the director of the team, and you look at it and you say, well, that looks all right, and you signed it off.
Yes.
But what is important is that before October 2021, during the critical evolution of the design of the scheme, you were not directly involved.
No, I wasn't directly involved. No.
And indeed, you didn't have any particular detailed site visits until this year.
Well, no. So, well,
I'm looking at the text, bottom of the paragraph.
Yes, sorry. So in terms of direct physical sites, yes. So there's I've obviously had a lot of involvement over that period.
So that's fine. That just explains
Yeah, no, that's
the distance between you and the work that was carried out by your team, and in particular the details of that work in the DAS and the environmental statement in particular.
Yes.
Could we, well, perhaps we don't need to look to the document itself. We can do it. For 4.7 of your proof, you refer to the MPPF.
Yes.
You have that? And you say, with reference to section 12, that's a very important section, isn't it, for the purposes of determining this appeal?
It's it's the section achieving well-designed places. So yes, it's given the reason for refusal, it's important. Yeah.
And so the assessment of this scheme must be based upon whether or not it is of high quality, beautiful, and a sustainable place.
Yes. So the way in which that section is worded, as far as the yay or nay of development. Just trying to find my we've also got in 134 that development is not well designed should be refused. So we know that we've got a marker.
Yeah.
There.
Yes.
Yeah, and then there's obviously various efforts to then try and ascertain through other documents what not well designed and well designed
sure.
might
That's
be.
obviously, you know, it's all about judgment here. But what I think I'm seeking to emphasise to the inspector is that, and perhaps it's evident in the change. I think in the earlier version, the test was not put in the way that it is now, was it? It's a different test, and that's an important change, emphasising the government's emphasis on high quality and the ability to refuse where that standard is not reached.
Yes, I think in the balance of everything else, yes.
Of course, there are other material considerations to take into account, like every case, but there must be, as I think you make clear in the last sentence of your summary, 4.7, that there's a focus on the production and use of design codes and National Design Guide and Model Design Guide as effective models. And then this is quite important, isn't it? For ensuring, that's for a security of the objectives. Do you follow me?
Yes.
Yep. It's not just, you know, might it happen? Is it okay? Absolutely. We've got to be sure of that the quality is at a sufficiently high standard.
Yes, I mean, I would say that's my wording. So
That's how you've understood the framework.
That's yes.
Yeah. And in that respect, it's quite clear that the National Design Guide, amongst other documents, most particularly this one, should carry significant weight.
So I can't really comment as to the sort of policy weight of those documents. I don't, from a planning policy point of view, but clearly, given that they're supporting the MPPF's efforts to achieve that high quality of design. I know there was some discussion yesterday as to where, for example, the National Model Design Code might be used, but clearly they're important documents in the inspector understanding whether or not this is a well-designed scheme.
Does it help that you said clearly important? That seems to axiomatically imply that you agree with the proposition that it should carry significant weight.
So
there may be other considerations, but that document must carry significant weight.
So what I would say is yes, notwithstanding that it's that point of should carry significant weight. We're getting into, to me, that feels like getting into questions of planning application, which is slightly outside my remit. So to me, they're very important documents when I'm assessing a when I'm assessing a scheme, and they're important documents as and when they become adopted to
Right,
the
that's
to the
fine.
design
Well,
process.
We note the qualification.
No, that's
So
right.
press you any more. The inspector's got a note of that.
So
So
probably ask Mr. Mumby. That sort of question.
yes, exactly. Yeah. Could you look at the code, please?
Sorry, the design code for the scheme or the national.
The National Design Code. I have to say it's a irritating inquiry that there's so many documents which are in sort of large scale A3. Okay on the screen, but if you've got some hard copies, it's your proof, Mr. Hancock. Just a little en passant criticism. Most proofs are done A4. In fact, I think the guide says A4, but I know
So,
wrong.
I want to, the issues like this are so visual that I find it very. I hate producing A4 documents.
Not to worry. Right. CD 1.7, so if you for your note. And I'm looking also at your 4.12, where you refer to the 10 characteristics.
Sorry, so in the National Design Guide, yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
right, sorry.
Okay.
Proof reference.
It's 4.12, sir. Okay. I think you almost encapsulated it as I was going to put it to you, Mr. Hancock, that these first two characteristics, so-called context and identity, one, are vital to assessing and ensuring high quality.
Yes, subject to the caveats that I put forward earlier about what it actually then says about it in its text. But yes,
Right. And two, they are clearly linked.
Yes, they are linked. Yes, they're quite interesting to read actually, because they overlap in elements and they don't in others. You can hear the author grappling with how to capture sort of what you probably refer to as people and place in those things, I think.
Sure. And understanding context is therefore the critical starting point, isn't it?
So I'm going to say no, but it's a qualified no, because I think it's absolutely clear, and I've already said this morning, that understanding context is very important in designing a scheme. As I said, in a British context, we've always taken the view that designing a building for its place is fundamental, but having it's not the only consideration, and
No.
it's not a purely spatial
No.
consideration. So
Of course.
I'm sort of saying yes and no, I guess, which I guess is quite unhelpful.
Yeah, I think probably you're saying yes,
But
actually.
I'm saying yes, qualified yes, probably rather than
Yeah.
qualified no.
I
Yeah.
think you must have been wanting to say no, but a lot of the questions I'm putting are just having a yes, I agree, Mr. Howard.
Yeah, no, and I just want to sort of provide a bit of qualification about it, because it's quite a complex question, I think.
Well, I'm not sure it is, actually. If you look to the design guide, page 10, under the heading context,
Is that 10,
uh,
not PDF 10, but page
10 of the document.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Quite right. And look at paragraph 40, makes it absolutely clear, doesn't it, that a well-designed place, which is what we're aiming for, is based on a sound understanding of the features of the site and the
Yes.
surrounding context. And that's really so obvious that it's the critical starting point, isn't it? You can't have a well-designed place unless you start with a sound understanding of the site and the surrounding context.
Yes, I think it's a key part of that start of that design process, clearly.
Thank you. Could you look to CD 4.24, which
Sorry.
is, do you have that?
Sorry, what I
It's meeting minutes, ICNI, and then they're attached to that the design panel's comments.
it's the pre-app bundle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just for your note, these notes are also in another place, which is a bit confusing, CD 7.5, but I think that they're the same minute notes. CD 4.24. And could you look, please, at the review panel's note, which begins with a date of the 20th of May 2020. But on the second page, the hard copy, there's a reference to an orientation session on the 29th of April.
Yes.
Do you have that? A big pardon? Page 18. Page 18. Thanks very much. Page 18, sir. Yeah. And you see that there's a heading called identity.
Yes.
Which says that whilst the draft master plan supports the high density schemes and shows emphasis towards the development of public squares, there are concerns by the panel regarding the lack of relevance and connections to the existing character of Basildon in terms of the identity of the urban area and responding to the built vernacular. Further review and research into what makes Basildon what it is today, architectural form, would help define the character and identity of the area.
Yes.
The importance of maintaining and enhancing the identity of Basildon will be important to ensure development lacks contextual links and is not an anywhere place.
Yes. So that the beginning of that paragraph talks about the draft master plan. So there's this QRP is looking at the town centre master plan, and it's looking at the three schemes that are coming forward together.
I know that. So forgive me, I hadn't actually.
No, sorry, no, that's fine. I just wanted
to interrupt you, but
no,
the
that's
question on that
sorry.
is that in the context of looking at the three schemes that were being brought forward, the panel was clearly placing significant weight on the question of identity and was expressing concerns, serious concerns, that there hadn't been enough thought about that matter, and in other words, a proper understanding of context.
Yes, so it's identifying concerns in terms of the master plan in particular regarding the way that it sets out and the way that it responds to that existing character.
Yeah. Which is the very point we've just been looking at, of critical importance as a starting point in the National Design Guide.
Yes, it's looking at that. It's looking at that question of how the it's essentially asking how the draft master plan might respond to that requirement, really.
And it's doing a bit more than that. Anyway, I won't ask you any more questions about that. Could you look to the 30th of April? It should be about the next page.
I've got it. 20. It begins on page 20.
Yes,
yeah.
and that's a further meeting that was held, and the passage that I just wanted to ask you about is under the heading People.
Yes.
And we'll see. I'll just allow you to read that first paragraph.
Yes.
Okay. And
That's 22. Yeah.
the paragraph begins the overriding theme. Thank you, sir. And it's plain that at that later meeting, the panel were still concerned about the question of identity, Basildon's identity, and a proper understanding of context.
Yeah, so I think from my experience of being on design review panels, it's a common theme in the process that you are looking at whether or not you are convinced by the material in front of you, in essence. Sure. And I think that you have got a panel here which is focused on making sure that if 3 large developments are going to take place in Basildon Town Centre, that they are of Basildon and they're not an anywhere place, and they're certainly driving the applicants towards taking that further.
Yeah, but in short, their concern, which included the Eastgate scheme, your scheme, their concern remained.
Yeah, they're not convinced at this stage. Yeah, for sure.
And then if you look on to the next document in the same core document, says the meeting on the 24th of July. And here we are looking at the Eastgate Quarter, the specific scheme, are we not?
Sorry, can you just the next QRP? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Are you with me?
Yes.
The 24th of July, so 2020.
Yeah. So this is specifically the Eastgate Quarter. Yeah.
And if you look under the heading placemaking, which I think is, again, sometimes the subheadings change, but we're looking at the same matter, context, identity, and so on. There's a paragraph, 5th paragraph under that heading, beginning, it is important.
Yes.
Yep. And of course, this is, we note the date, July 2020, and have the context of the date of the making of the application. As we look at this text, it says important the town centre framework that the heritage and identity of Basildon are preserved and enhanced across the central area. The language of the Eastgate Quarter's proposed buildings could be better informed by the post-war new town heritage of Basildon instead of following a generic urban regeneration infill strategy. You see that? It's the same issue, isn't it? There's still a concern to the panel there, as reflected in the summary at the end of the document.
Yeah, so it's as a whole, I read this as being a quite positive response to the scheme. It starts off with a general overview that says that they're sort of supportive and comfortable. I can't quite remember the wording. Supportive of principle, encouraged by design progression, and then look to create further changes. I think as far as that point is concerned, the important bit in that is the language of its proposed buildings, because that is more matters of detail than it is about master plan. I don't read that as being an identification that the overall master plan, the outline is problematic.
But what it's saying is that the language of the buildings in the proposal, barely a couple of weeks before the application, could be better informed, and that had remained a concern reflected in 2 previous meetings. In other words, actually, they were still not convinced.
I think that they're still seeking to push the scheme further forward.
Oh, no, sorry, Mr. Hancock. A, that's not the question. B, it's not an answer. And C, actually, it's obvious that they were still concerned, isn't it? If one's being fair, that they actually say in the last paragraph, our concerns remain. On this point of identity, Basildon, context, their concern still remains. could be better informed. And then there's a concern that otherwise it's just going to be an urban generation and anywhere place.
So yes, they are still identifying this as an issue. But what I will say, and again, I'll say it from the point of view of having sat on a number of these, a good design review panel, and I will say that the EQRP is a reasonably good one, will always push right to the bitter end. And again, the wording could be better informed. What you're not seeing is the identification of a serious issue, a serious concern. This is a classic design review response, in my view, of a panel that is.
Well, I'm not asking about what you might have learned elsewhere, Mr. Hancock. I'm asking about what they're.
I'm sorry, I'm just saying how I read this. And I don't actually read this as identifying concern in the way that I think you're trying to characterize it.
Well, you've agreed that it was still an issue at that stage.
In terms of the language of the proposed buildings, I mean, presumably, what would they have been referring to? Because obviously the application itself is just a parameter plan. Would it have been the illustrative plans or illustrative schemes?
I think they would have had to have been talking about the illustrative scheme for language.
Right. Could we look to the environmental statement, chapter 11?
Do you want the technical appendix or the actual
No, chapter 11 of the environmental statement, CD 3.35, I think, I hope. Do you have that?
Yeah, I'm just opening up. Yeah, there you go.
And look to paragraph 11.36. So we're looking, what's available in terms of the information and assessment of context.
Yes.
And there's a reference here, a full description of the site and its heritage, townscape and visual context. Please refer to appendix 11.
Yes.
Okay. And I think that's it so far as chapter 11 is concerned, isn't it? The main chapter. You are referred to for analysis of the context to the technical appendix.
Yes.
Thank you. So we need to look to CD 3.94, which may well be to hand because it's the bundle that contains the images.
Sorry, could you just give me the CD numbers again?
Pardon, CD 3.94.
Yes, it is the technical appendix. Yeah, sorry, I was just checking.
Tell me when you've got that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And look to paragraph 1.4. Says this visual impact assessment provides a full and detailed assessment of the history and development of the site and its surroundings. It provides a detailed analysis of the identified designated heritage assets, the significance of the site, and the townscape character in which the site sits. And then we look to section 3, which is headed historic development of the site and surroundings.
Yes.
And if you signed this off, I think, didn't you? I don't think you did the detailed work, but
yes,
you signed it off. And if we look through section 3, it's factual, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
And it focuses on the site, doesn't it? It has a historical factual bit, and then there's a specific focus on the site.
Yeah, so there's the first section is a historic overview of the development of Basildon, and then the second section then focuses on the site.
Yeah. And then section 4, the site description, 4.1. Again, the focus here is on the site. We see 2/3 of the way into that paragraph. There's a reference to key public spaces, which are illustrated, well, 2 of them, I think, on the right-hand side of the page.
Yes.
There's no, we can see the subheadings that follow, but there's no assessment there of the townscape context for the site, is there? I mean, there's a rather factual description of buildings or sites.
Yeah, so it's factual, but it's drawing into it. It's identifying the way that you experience it. So
Well, I'm not sure it is it? It's just a pretty factual description of the buildings or sites.
well, yeah. So I think this is where you get into difficulty, because I mean, Mr. Reynolds has made reference to a design and access statement that is essentially a factual overview of what you have in the vicinity, and said that it's an excellent assessment of townscape context. So I don't see that's a particularly fair criticism when the document then goes on to, in its identification of receptors, to then run
Okay,
through
well,
character
let's
areas.
look at those then. Identification of receptors, section 5. And this identifies specific assets, doesn't it?
Yeah, so because this is an EIA, we're forced down, I hate EIAs, but we're forced down a route where we need to identify specific receptors to then assess in a what's the level of sensitivity, what's the level of harm type approach. So therefore, we've gone through an approach of, it's easier with heritage assets in some ways because they're defined things. We've gone through a process of identifying a series of heritage receptors and a series of townscape receptors that are then things, elements that we can then run our assessment against.
I understand how EIA works.
No, that's fine. Yeah,
That's fine. But in looking solely at specific assets, do you follow me? There isn't there, is there, any analysis, let alone a detailed one, of the wider significance as part of a townscape of Basildon? Well, is there? If there is, just take.
No, well, it's sorry, it's a difficult question to answer, because as far as I'm concerned, what we've done is take the townscape, the relevant townscape surrounding the site, and undertake an assessment of its various parts. So taken together, it is an assessment of the relevant and important townscape.
Taken together, okay, well, that's fine. Listen, I got the inspector. Well, look at it. I'm putting the points to you, and you say, well, you don't like EIA, but what we've done is focus on specific assets, and then you have to look at the whole thing.
Yeah, but there isn't a statement that says this is what's special about Basildon. And
no, but there isn't a statement anywhere, any assessment in any detail of the significance of these assets for the townscape as a whole. If there is, take me to it.
No, that's not the way that we've undertaken the assessment. We've done it on
no. There isn't, because that's the way that the ES has been done.
Yes.
Okay. Paragraph 5.54 on page 22 of the PDF is in the section that you're referring to, identification of receptors, and it's under the heading townscape receptors, and dealing with the specific identified areas here. And do you remember we've referred to figure 5.1 before?
Yes.
Yeah, got.
Sorry,
Yeah.
what was the reference again?
A big one, page 22 of the PDF. And here there is. Oh, I beg your
It's
pardon.
26 the PDF and 22 on the page numbers. Yeah. Sorry.
My apologies, sir. 5.54 is a relevant paragraph anyway. Thanks, Mr. Tracy. Yes, sir. And here there is, Mr. Hancock, a sort of an attempt to look at a wider area rather than a specific asset. Yeah.
In this paragraph.
Yeah, in this section here.
Well, this
Because
is,
you remember, it's breaking the areas up.
yes, so yes,
They're not looking at the whole of Basildon and the influence of any particular assets on the whole of Basildon, but what it's doing is breaking the area up into different areas.
yes.
And Mr. Reynolds gave his view about that. And I'm wanting to ask you about what this document says about them. And we see from 5.54, which is the retail core character area A, so looking at the photograph plan there, that is covering the whole of the area, isn't it? A, A1, A2, A3, A4, A5.
Yes,
Okay, so it's covering, you know, the whole of the town centre here, and the judgment is made at the end there that the overall townscape quality suffers, resulting in a judgment of low, medium sensitivity.
yes,
And then 5.64 break up the text to look at more specific areas, and they focus importantly on A2,
yes,
and you'll see from 5.64 to 5.66 is dealing with A2. And this is obviously a pretty important location, isn't it, A2?
yes,
Yeah. It not only incorporates the east-west axis of significance, but it incorporates Town Square and East Square.
yes,
And whilst there are only these paragraphs here, in other words, it's fairly brief, you could hardly call it a detailed assessment of this location, and certainly it doesn't seek to consider the wider townscape significance of this area, does it?
Well, again, we've broken it down into its constituent elements, starting with an assessment that covers the whole of A, and then breaking it down to its.
Well, that's why I put the question in the way that I've done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well,
So you'd agree with that, but if you look to sensitivity, although there's some disjoint between the buildings, quality and legibility across this focused area, there's clearly a retail character appreciated within the centralised public pedestrian route bordered by a succession of retail at ground level. And then it says this is the highest concentration of the original modernist town planning of Basildon town centre and is considered to be of medium to high sensitivity in terms of townscape quality and the expressive architectural approaches.
yes,
So we understand from that notwithstanding the brevity of the assessment, that nonetheless that important area A2 is regarded as having medium to high sensitivity.
yeah. So I think that's what that's capturing there is the point that I made earlier, that's the area in which we have the sort of townscape set piece of importance within Basildon. It's not purely high sensitivity area because there are detracting elements. There are flaws in the way that it's been built out, but it's the most sensitive of the areas.
And I think in your proof you make reference to the environmental statement, don't you, in terms of the character areas, paragraph 3.41.
Yeah, so I've
I haven't asked a question.
Sorry.
Yet, Mr. Hancock. Well, I have in a way. I said I think
Yes, it's there.
paragraph 3.41. But the clear answer to that is yes. You've referred to the ES at that paragraph, but what you've done is referred only to area A, haven't you, in terms of the town centre retail core area?
So
Is that right? Is that right, Mr. Hancock?
yes, on that page.
Yeah.
So the approach I've taken for the proof, because we're standing apart somewhat from the EIA process, is to take the analysis in a different way. I wanted to include this for consistency so that we can they're there. You can see the reference through the character areas. But what I wanted to do within the proof was to approach it in a slightly different way and undertake a broader assessment of Townscape character, which is what you then see in the following pages of section 3.
But it's relevant, isn't it, to point out that when referring here to the environmental statement and what it said about the context of the town centre, that you've only referred to the overall area A. And that's important because in the middle of the paragraph, you tell the inspector that the conclusion was that this area was of low, medium sensitivity. Yeah.
So that's what that.
So the question I was going to ask you, Mr. Hancock, before you jumped in, was simply that what is important in terms of Townscape context is to remind the inspector that in the ES, for the particularly important area, which you and I can agree upon, in fact, it wasn't low to medium sensitivity, but medium to high.
In terms of the methodology and approach in that document, yes, that's the way it's defined in the ES.
I mean, you're not seeking to change any conclusion in that document, are you? No. And it's supposed to be put forward to rely upon, isn't it, in terms of assisting the inspector in making an assessment of the townscape.
Yes, we've said from a townscape perspective.
And it feeds in, doesn't it, to the photographs that we're going to turn to in a while.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, in the addendum to Townscape and Visual Impact Assessment, which I think is CD 4.21, so you don't need to turn to it, I hope. There's no further assessment, is there, of context and identity and special qualities in Basildon? Okay. So I'm about to move to something else. I'm happy to carry on if Mr. Hancock is, but I won't reach another convenient point for a while yet. So the other document that we need to look at to understand whether or not there's been a sufficient understanding of context is the DAS, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And so if you could take that up, please. And look first to section 2, the analysis section.
Yeah.
And we remind ourselves whilst we're looking for that document, this is, of course, a required document, isn't it, by the development order?
Yes.
Yeah. And it's required to demonstrate the steps taken to appraise the context of the development and how the design takes that context into account. Yeah. It's a sort of legal requirement. Looking at the analysis section, where you would expect to find the in-depth assessment of the townscape, correct?
Sorry, you're looking at
section 2 analysis.
The 2 point. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so the whole of that section. Yes,
the relevant chapter to look at. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. At 2.4, well, the first few pages, 2.3, history. They're fairly factual, aren't they? I think they're all factual, correct?
Yeah, yes. I mean, I think it's a little unfair to dismiss the historic sections of these documents as being factual, because those facts do feed into your understanding of how how what we have today has come about, and it's what's driven the creation of the townscape that you see.
2.4 says the team conducted an in-depth analysis. There's no document accompanying this document, and we've looked at the environmental statement. There's no other document, is there, which contains that in-depth analysis, is there?
I think you're looking at the whole of this section for that. Yes.
So that's a reference to section 2, is it?
Well, in terms of what's presented, I mean, obviously in that text, it talks about urban arrangement, land uses, ownerships, connections,
Sure.
and those are the things that then appear on the following pages.
Yeah, because I think as the last sentence there makes clear, the following pages provide the key findings of the analysis that apparently was done in depth.
Yeah, summarize key findings is what it says. Yeah.
But it doesn't. This section doesn't provide the in-depth analysis.
Well, I mean, listen, I can't speak for Leslie Jones on that and their approach to pulling this together.
Ask me about what it says here.
Well, as I say, that's what it says.
I know that's what it says, but plainly from the words which are used, the in-depth analysis is not here. The key summary of the key findings is.
Like I said, I can't really.
Is that what it says, Mr. Hancock?
What it says is it conducted in-depth analysis, and then it says it summarises the key findings.
Yeah, so you can agree. Yes, that's what it says. So we look to the key findings, and we find under 2.5 there is a page dealing with heritage assets there, isn't it?
Yes.
Brook House, of course, is referred to, and towards the end of the third paragraph, we note it was conceived as a structure to define Basildon's urban status and to act as a marker to identify the town centre's location within a largely low-rise settlement set in a flat landscape. So although there's no in-depth analysis, one of the key findings here was that Brook House has a critical, important role in defining Basildon's urban status and acting as a marker.
Yes, so I think how you interpret that and how you interpret that marker role is something that you then have to read with the work that we've done.
Sure.
But yes, I think it's got that's that sort of sense of status, and it's and
okay, and then 2.7, let's scale and legibility. And here we've got a reference to the axial grid of Basildon here, of the town centre, that I should say. Yeah.
Yes, it's the oversized town centre section.
But actually, all this section does is, actually present a bit of a sort of criticism of it by reference to distances.
So it identifies the size of it, and then it goes through in the text underneath to talk about how that's then experienced in the view of the architect.
Yeah. Okay. And then I noted also the reference to obscured and poorly defined places, and that of course would be something the inspector can look at and has already had the opportunity to consider that. But of course it is important, isn't it, to note the key public places which are a driving force of the character of the town centre. They're referred to on the next page.
On yes,
2.8.
Yes,
and they all do have, don't they, clear identities as referred to there, including Town Square, and they are part of the character and identity of Basildon. Is that correct?
yeah. So that it's a critical analysis. This, so it's identifying key issues and constraints. It's identifying those spaces, and identifying the nature of their character. There is criticism in there, and there is an identification of what sort of forms them, which then leads on to this goals and objectives section, which suggests where the scheme might go. So it's taking you through that process of.
And then just look on, would you, to sections 213 and 214. And in particular, 214, we're dealing here with questions of height.
Yes.
Yeah. And we see at 2.3, a precedent for tall buildings was created in the new town plan with the creation of Brook House, which contains 14 residential stories. Did the new town plan, 1957-62, whatever, which we'll come to in a moment, did that actually put forward any other tall building?
No, so there's a 57 article that suggests a pre-Brook House before it became this high quality building that suggested a tall building in that location.
Yeah.
And then Brook House comes in. What you don't see is anything in what is being written originally to suggest that it was designed as the sole tall building in the town centre.
But the answer to my question, quite an important question, there was no other tall building put forward in the new town plan.
So no, there wasn't. But the key driver for that was.
Well, the key driver is not the point. Okay, I'm coming to any other point you're making on the new town plan, but I want you to focus on the point that I want to get across to the inspector. That where, just let me finish. That where it says a precedent for tall buildings was created in the new town plan, that's actually wrong, isn't it?
Can I come back on that, because I think that's an unfair intervention with the witness. He gave, unlike your witness as it happens, he gave a very clear answer, no, but, and he's giving his qualification. It's absolutely fair for the witness to give the qualification. You can't tell whether the qualification is relevant if you interrupt him before he's finished it.
So
That's the question again, because I've lost the plot now.
yeah, it's always difficult. And Mr. Hancock, if I cut you off, I'm happy actually to apologise for cutting you off. I had no intention to do that. But the qualification, of course, must relate to the point of the question that I'm putting to you.
Which it was going to.
Okay.
To be fair.
There's no point in qualifying something else. So building a precedent for tall buildings, I think you agreed, I hope you can confirm you agreed, that the plan in 1957 only included for one tall building at Brook House.
So yes, that is the only taller building in that master plan. My qualification was going to be that is not identifying an intention on the part of the master planners that there would only be one tall building. And what is clear from the early discussions in the architectural journals is that the reason the town centre is so low with only one tall building is because of an absence of obvious reasons for investment in that town centre and the problem of low land values. So in terms of your question of whether or not a precedent for tall buildings has been created, in my view, I think Brook House does create a precedent for tall buildings as and when the basis on which that investment might arise occurs. It certainly doesn't provide a reason to say that there should only be one tall building in the town centre or whatever. This page also then goes on to describe a series of later taller buildings which were introduced when financially it did make sense to do that, and they clearly follow on from that initial precedent.
Okay. So I just want to make a clear note that you don't disagree with this sentence. You take the view consistent with the DAS and perhaps Mr. Tracy's view that the new town plan and its inclusion of Brook House created a precedent for tall buildings.
It is a starting point, yes.
No, I didn't ask whether it's a starting point. I asked you whether you can confirm in terms that you regard the 1957 plan for the new town to have created a precedent for tall buildings.
Well, so yes, it's academic. It's entirely academic.
But
yes,
but yes, you do. Okay, well, we will have to look at that, find out whether or
I'm
not.
very happy to.
Sorry?
I'm very happy to.
Yeah, of course you are. Sure you are. Right. Section 7 of the DAS, please. Will you forgive me, Mr. Hancock, I've yes, great idea, sir. Great idea. I wasn't going to suggest it, sir, but actually that'd be very helpful. It's perfect in that latter respect, sir. Thank you.
We'll take a couple of vote now and. Trying to buy them, I can get one from Stan.
Yeah, I suspect it's somewhere.
It's just about 11:30, so carry on. Hopefully you found the
Yes, so
Section
thanks very
7.
much. I did want to blame it on my next door neighbour in the hotel, but I thought that might
can't
be.
blame for
I
everything.
can't blame it for exactly what I was going to say. Section 7 of the DAS, please, which deals with massing heights and townscape strategy. Do you have that now, Mr. Hancock?
Yes.
And we see, I'm looking now at page 122.
Yep.
Massing concept and axis and markers.
Yes.
That. And then over the page, you've got hierarchy and shift. And then Southern Hay,
Yes.
the vista there. And then there's a section on the illustrative scheme, proposed massing and scale.
At 7.5.
Yes. And then reference to the
Yeah. 6.
massing envelopes for the zones.
Yes.
It doesn't, this section, contain any analysis of the townscape in terms of its massing, heights, and so on, does it?
No. So this is a design development chapter in essence.
Yeah.
So based on the analysis that it's done, it starts with that vision, and then it's setting out how it's going to deal with those issues. But there's clearly analysis of how this site relates to its wider context woven into the way that the text is and the images are written, because you start to see on 7.2, for example, at the bottom, some of that analysis of that wider context that exists or is being built up, and how this site is being designed to sort of key into that.
Yeah, I mean, there are one or two, it's fair to say that there are one or two references to context, but not quite the same as a detailed analysis of the townscape that I'm putting to you.
Well, yeah, so this isn't a townscape analysis section.
Yeah, so what we've done, we looked at the DAS, we've seen where that ought to have taken place, the detailed analysis, and found that it hasn't.
Well, I'm not sure I've necessarily agreed that as a whole, because I that's not how I read that whole section of the DAS. I think it's quite a detailed assessment and appraisal, really, of all the different elements that.
Okay, so you regard that as sufficiently detailed?
I think that's fine. In my experience, this is a very good, very detailed 236 page long DAS that has gone through quite a lot of analysis.
I know how long it is.
No, I know, but I think to me the analysis is there.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about a sufficient and detailed analysis, matter for the inspector's judgment.
Yes.
We have to remember that your proof contains a townscape assessment in detail. And if one had been done already, do you follow me? That wouldn't have been necessary, would it?
No, I don't disagree. Sorry, I do disagree. We undertook a certain type of townscape assessment for the purposes of the submission. There's obviously an interaction going on between ourselves as we move through the design process, and then for the purposes of the inquiry, we provide additional assessment. I'd always start redo our assessment work for the purposes of an inquiry, because I want to have a full and comprehensive improvement.
Provide another townscape assessment, which is plainly more detailed than one that has existed before.
It's more detailed than the one that existed before.
Obviously, at some stage, when preparing your evidence, you reach the conclusion that there wasn't a sufficiently detailed townscape assessment, so that you felt you should do one. Otherwise, you wouldn't have done one. You would have relied on something that exists.
No, so I see the purpose of that as slightly different,
Really?
and I wanted to take it to its. I mean, clearly, what we produced before was considered to be proportionate by the authority when we submitted the scheme, and it's what we'd normally submit for the purposes of an outline application like this, in terms of its format and approach for an EIA, and for the purposes of my proof of evidence. You know, I never do anything by halves when it comes to talking or writing, so I wanted to take it to its absolute nth degree. But that doesn't say that I thought that what we produced before was not sufficiently detailed, because I think that the information that we submitted between Leslie Jones and ourselves for the application was.
Okay. I noticed in your Townscape assessment, there's actually no reference to the previous assessment that you're referring to that you now say was sufficient. There's no, reference to it, as explained in the Townscape assessment already done. You really struck out anew is what I'm putting to you.
So I didn't strike out entirely new, which is why I took the character area stuff across. But I wanted for the purposes of this inquiry, for my own psychological well-being, if nothing else, to have started from the point of view of having this taken, as I say, to its logical conclusion, taking it to the nth degree. It's the way I'd always run any inquiry, regardless of how good our heritage statement or our heritage and townscape assessment.
I hear what you're saying. So section 8 of the DAS, architectural language.
Yes.
And paragraph or section 8.1, do you see that? On
Yes.
page 129 of the hard copy. This is the new, it said a new modernism for Basildon. So essentially this is about looking at the proposal and the context for it. Is that right?
Yes. So looking at the sort of because we've got onto architectural language now. So we've gone beyond the master planning. So therefore, looking at that existing architectural language and the spirit of the new town and what then.
And there are plainly some references here to Brook House, and there's a reference in the second paragraph to horizontal or vertical emphasis. You see that?
Yes.
And in the last paragraph, having looked at that matter, it says, with reference to the 20th century and brutalism, before the bold, that is, could be suggested, however, that the reality is that 75 years on, the modernist style and perhaps the hidden principles that it stood for are what defines Basildon's character. The original design intent is now the actual history that commentators look back on with such delight. This is really based on the reference only to what's in this page, isn't it? And we're left with that rather sort of ambiguous statement, isn't it? No real commentary or assessment there.
I think what this page does, taking on from the history that it has within it and that we had within our document, is to identify in the architect's mind what is quite a complex picture as far as the architecture of Basildon is concerned. I think normally, this would probably be a page where you would have a whole series of different images of existing buildings and then go, right, how are we going to make this happen? But you have to end up focusing on Brook House because there's very little of architectural merit beyond that. So I sort of, and I think it's, my view is it's trying to grapple with the issue of around new towns, which is that, as Mr. Reynolds says, they're not really architectural, they're more about planning, really. They are a rather tainted legacy for a lot of places. And in building a new architectural vision for a new scheme, you can't just take the existing and use it as inspiration for what comes next. So it's very, very wordy, this page, but I think that's what it's trying to get towards, why it's talking about this idea of a new modernism.
But the question I asked you in relation to the last paragraph before the bold paragraph is that the last sentiment, if you like, do you regard it as ambiguous, or do you regard that as a commendation of Basildon's special qualities?
I don't think it's wholly ambiguous. So no, to answer your question, I think what it is saying I think I read this as pointing out the fact that it's a contested legacy, the new town, which I think it is, and I think makes it very difficult to design out of it. So clearly when he then talks about rejuvenating and re-establishing a character, embracing, contemporizing a version of modernism, it's saying we're going to take that and move with it, but we're going to give ourselves the freedom to move. We're going to give ourselves the freedom to move away from it if we so desire, and to interpret it as we like, because it's not an easy legacy in the way that the Baroque or the Victorian Gothic might be, where there's an existing love for them.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll just try the question just one more time. You said it's not wholly ambiguous, or some, or do you think it does commend the special attributes in the town centre?
I think there's a degree of commendation in there.
So not wholly ambiguous, and a degree of commendation.
Yes, it's recognizing. Yes, recognizing its intentions. I think this page as much as anything else, the pioneering spirit of the time.
You've got to remember, Mr. Hancock, this is going to form part of the permission if permission is granted. You see, so the clarity is quite important, isn't it?
Yes, but I would argue that clarity of one paragraph in the DAS is significantly less important than clarity elsewhere.
Well, I've looked at other parts too. Okay,
of course.
Okay. And then we have the bold, a core urban design ambition is to re-establish a character, embracing contemporizing a version of the modernist style, ensuring flexibility and appropriateness. And again, there's nothing firm to fix on in this design and access statement to either guide developers or indeed to assist in the context of reserved matters application. It's pretty vague, to be honest, isn't it?
So no, in terms of this page, there's nothing to fix on and say, right, I know how to design our buildings here. But it's unfair just to look at this page, because what follows is then an assessment of a series of international examples that are sort of looked at in their core features as elements that you might then use to create and re-establish that character. But I do think very genuinely that this page is trying to do a very difficult job, and it comes back to what I've said before. Basildon is rightly proud of its Newtown heritage, but it is an extremely problematic and troubled one, as anybody who's ever seen Newtown Utopia can see. And in designing an overarching principle for architecture, which I think is what that paragraph is, and I think that paragraph might be, that paragraph in bold, your average developer, the average man in the street might see that and go, oh, what does that mean? What have I got to do? But I think your average architect would go, yes, please, here we go, and have a really strong sense of what they were going to then do with it within what is a very flexible, what is then a relatively flexible approach to, well, a very flexible approach to the details of the architecture. Okay, so it's setting a principle.
Okay, now I've got it. So as far as a layperson concerned, they wouldn't know what it meant. You may not do. Just trying to summarise the position. Okay, this is what you said. But for an architect or a developer coming on, they'd say, "Yeah, let's go." Is that right?
I think the layperson might say that. Yes, it's very difficult to say because I read it and I know what they're getting at, but that's because I'm a professional.
Because you're involved in the
yes, I'm not the man on the cup of omnibus.
Okay, let's leave it there. I mean, looking at the two pictures here, the vision of 1949 there, and then to the right, Mr. Reynolds was concerned that perhaps you confirmed they're taken from different perspectives, aren't they?
They are, yes.
Yeah. And certainly the one on the right is not the main one shown on the left. Is that correct?
No, that's right. I don't actually think, I was looking at this yesterday, I don't think it's possible to take that view on the left now, because I think you're in Costa.
Is what, sorry?
Yeah, I think you're in Costa in order to take that view.
That's fine. And there's been a change to the right as well. I appreciate that. Yeah. It doesn't mean you can't take a photograph broadly reflecting the same picture.
That's true. And if it was,
it's not the biggest point in the case,
no,
Mr. Hancock,
but if it was me, I agree with you. I would have put one that was much closer to that.
It was you. It would have been done correctly, accurately, and perhaps fairly, because this creates the impression, reading this text as a whole, is that actually, whilst there's some nod to what Basildon contains by way of modernist features, it's pretty dismissive.
I think it's I think it's relatively dismissive, yes, but I don't think, like I say, for reasons I've said before earlier, I don't actually think that's unfair. In the whole, in the main.
And so, for example, are there any in your townscape assessment, which is a full and detailed one, you refer to canopies, protruding balconies and the like. There's no reference to those elements in the design and access statement, are there?
So I can't immediately speak to the design and access statement as a whole on those features. I think it's a bit simplistic, all that canopy stuff, if I'm honest. And as I've said before, I don't think that this is a site that needs to be driven by Newtown principles in its entirety. But I think this is trying to set a broader language and a broader challenge to those that may come after us on the RMs.
So far as that aspect of balconies, canopies, protruding buildings, in your assessment, you do feature them, you speak to them, and you say they are an important part of the character of the town centre. Yes?
Yes, in the Newtown core, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we can agree that they are part of the town centre core and its character. Yeah.
Yes,
and not referred to, forgive me, in the design and access statement.
So yes, as a specific point, they form part of the neighbouring character, not the immediate sort of relevant site character in some ways. But yes, they form part of that neighbouring character. I can't off the top of my head point to somewhere in this DAS where there's a mention of a canopy. I suspect they're in there somewhere.
Okay, well, just want to look to your assessment, your townscape assessment, which is provided in your proof of evidence.
Sorry, can you say that again? Sorry.
Yes, I want to look at your assessment.
Yes.
The townscape assessment was put forward by you, and in your proof of evidence, and at 218, just look at one or two passages. We can compare what you put in your assessment, okay, with the level of detail on which we have a slight disagreement in relation to the DAS. We'll see at the end of that paragraph, it says a product of the 1980s, it was an entirely internalized space without the rigorously planned east-west and north-south orientation of the Newtown core, or its open canopied shopping streets and horizontality. You see that?
Yes.
And that's the point I've just put to you. If you look also to 2.14, you see that?
Yes.
It's talking about Brook House here as a special element in Basildon Town Centre, isn't it?
Yeah, I haven't used those words, but yes, it's talking about it as the vertically oriented juxtaposition to the wider town centre.
Yeah, and then towards the end of the paragraph, do you see it says you've referred to the hands-off approach to development and so on. I've read that, and then you say. This created a character and pattern, as we see, where variation of built form, you say, without any unifying sense of identity, sits within a loose framework. That's of course got to be qualified, hasn't it, by the rigorously planned east-west axial route that exists even to this day.
Yes. So when I'm talking about the loose framework, what I'm talking about is what at that stage the Development Corporation had set out as a master plan that had strength in its core, and sort of the bones of it start to fall away as you move towards the edges. So I'm talking about the whole of the town centre there.
And then you say later offset by Development Corporation led development like Brook House. It was an addition to the town centre in 1962 to create a vertically orientated juxtaposition to the wider town centre and introduced residents into an area that within the ring road was solely focused on providing non-residential uses. And just want to ask you one or two questions. I think your commentary there and elsewhere in your Townscape assessment has derived largely from the articles that you append at Appendix 1.
Yeah, yes, I'm taking those and the master plans together and the photographs as a sort of an interaction of the sort of what's being planned, what's actually going on, essentially.
And if we look to the articles, I think they're in chronological order, I think. I know there's one error in the date, but you clarified that. And the first article is 3rd of January 1957.
Yes.
And this is all about the plan in being, isn't it? The new town.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a progress report.
Yeah, but I mean, it's right at the essence of the date of the plan, what was proposed.
Yeah, so it's supposed to be established in 49. I think I read that building work started in 52, but yeah, we're moving into the town centre by 57.
We know critical date is 1957. That's the pretty important date. And if you look on to page 24, hard copy, Architects Journal, January 1957. I think it's page 19.
Yes.
There's the layout of the proposed town centre. Do you see that?
Yes.
And we can see from that plan, can't we, that there are a number of references to maisonettes and flats.
Yes.
Yeah. So we know that residential use was actually part of the plan for the new town.
At this date, yes, that was in the minds of the Development Corporation. The majority of it didn't get built out.
Well, you say that. Actually, there are residential units even now in those very properties, especially along east-west axis and further along, which exist to this day.
Yeah, so it's a scattering rather than being a genuine mixed-use district that we see being planned.
But certainly, residential use, you'd agree, was planned for in the way that we see there.
I think it was. Yes, it was being intended as having a role as a use.
And when you say being intended as having a role, is that a yes? It was planned for.
Yeah, yes, it was planned for.
Yeah, exactly.
But it was not built out in anywhere like the scale that it was intended.
And then if you look to the next page, do you see there's a picture, an image, the top there of Brook House?
Well, proto Brook House, yes,
That's an image of what was proposed. And the text underneath the two pictures says, in addition, a tower block of flats is proposed in the main square to provide convenient living accommodation for those who must or prefer to live in the town centre, and at the same time provide a focal point in the design. So we know, and we shouldn't interpret anything you said in your assessment, that actually Brook House was part of the original plan.
So I sort of have slight issue with original, because
can we agree on this then? Was it part of the plan in 1957?
Well, so in 57 there was an intention to have a taller building in that location, or a sense that in visualizations you might have one in that location. That there is a bit of a conflict with the actual plan, which doesn't sort of identify. It just says shops and offices in that location, and we certainly don't have the the strong and clear sort of sense in the plan of those interactions at this stage. But there's an indication that having a residential use in that location is and having residential flats in that location is something that they're thinking about.
Well, they weren't thinking about it. That this article says that's what they planned.
It's saying that's where the thoughts of the planners have got to at that stage.
Oh, no, Mr. Hancock. Sometimes I don't mind you rewording the question, but it's not going to help the inspector. It was planned at this time. It says is proposed.
So yes, it's planned at this stage, insofar as they are showing a visualization of it, but it's not matching clearly up with the actual master plan, and it's so in flux at this stage. I really think we're trying to put a heavier pin in something than actually we can.
So if we look to the next article, which is I think 1962.
Dear old Ken Brown, yeah.
And there's some text on the right-hand side, beginning designs were meretricious. See that? Underneath the plan, with a large blue circle and an arrow. Do you have that, Ms. Hancock?
Yes.
Yeah. And if you look down the left-hand side of the page, there's a paragraph beginning from the outset.
Yes.
And it says, from the outset, it had been evident that on this flat site, some tall building would be necessary to act as a marker for the town centre. See that?
Yes.
So we take a number of things joining those articles together, don't we? That the author of these, the architectural review at least, considered that a marker building was necessary as part of the plan in 1957.
So yes, it's, and I think what it's capturing. I'm trying to be very clear about this point because I think as from an architectural historical point of view, it's more complicated than you're framing it, because what you have is a development corporation that is grappling with trying to make a new town happen, it's been more difficult to get off the ground than I think they anticipated. That a lot of hope was put into Basildon as far as the numbers of people who were going to live here. But what you see between the 57 article and the 62 article is the extent to which I think they were struggling. They were struggling to give it the structure and the unity that in other places, particularly in Hertfordshire, that they've been able to achieve because the land values were slightly higher. And the beginning of this article is sort of capturing a point where they've really just lost control. They've lost control of the town centre. Buildings are going up in gimmicky, jazzy ways all over the place, and it's really not comparing very well to the other new towns. Now, I am sure that they had a sense amongst them as an architectural team early on that the town centre needed some sort of marker, and it is certainly the case that as compared to other new towns, there is a greater effort in Basildon to have a taller building in the town centre, right in the middle of the town centre, than in other new towns where the verticality, as I say, is achieved via smaller structures, clock towers and that sort of malarkey. But where I think they struggle, and this is a really, really important point, so I'm really sorry I'm labouring it, but I just want to make sure I'm absolutely clear about it. Where they were always going to struggle was that in order to achieve what Kenneth Brown is talking about, a building that's of the height to provide a marker for the town centre, it was going to have to be very, very large. And you can see their efforts to make it larger than it actually is by adding essentially 3 stories of pilotis underneath it, because they just weren't going to be able to justify any more than the number of flats you'd get off 14 stories. But then it's not acting as the marker that they want it to be. So it is in their design intent from 1957 onwards, at least, to have a taller counterpoint that can act as a marker for the town centre. But whether they're able to achieve that is at question, and it's why it takes until 1962 and the involvement of Basil Spence and a whole load of other bits and pieces that they include, such as a sunken square, such as pilotis, to try and emphasise its height. All of those are architectural efforts to make a building that is not as tall as I think the town needs to be taller. So I'm sorry, that's a very long answer, but I just, that the answer to your question is yes, from 57 onwards, there is an intent for a taller building, but there's a lot wrapped up in that. It's not as simple as that.
And the intent from 1957 for a taller building was rooted, wasn't it, in the need for a focal point?
Yes, I think architecturally within that central core, I think there was always a recognition that it needed some sort of counterpoint, juxtaposition, focal point. Yes.
Yeah. Well, indeed, that was its primary purpose.
As you can see from this article, there's a multitude of different reasons for it.
No, don't go there. I asked you about when it was intended in 1957.
Well, I think
all sorts of things might have been thought of as additional comments for the specific design of Brook House until it was built in 1962. My question is quite straightforward. There was planned to be a tall building, one tall building, as a focal point in the pretty well precise location that Brook House was built. I just want you to give a clear answer to the inspector.
I'm really sorry, Mr. Howell Williams, you're trying to make what is. I mean, you ask an architect what the single reason for a thing is, and they will never give you an answer. And this is a time in planning and architecture when master planners are extremely thoughtful. They're engaged in an international debate, and they are trying to achieve several things at once.
And the question was the focal point,
So
the primary purpose?
I think it has a dual purpose, because I think it's about.
Mr. Hancock, the inspector didn't ask you whether it has a dual purpose. The inspector is reflecting my question was when it was planned for in 1957, consistent with the first text that I put to you, the reason for it was people to live in and to provide a focal point.
I think, to be fair, that's not a fair intervention.
Which is a
He was
dual purpose.
answering the primary
Sorry, I
purpose,
can't
saying
see
it was a dual purpose. And the problem is when you cut a witness off halfway through, you don't know whether their answer is relevant because you don't listen to it.
So
do you want to complete?
sorry, just my answer is no, it's not as simple as saying that's its primary purpose, because it has a dual purpose. It's about introducing larger numbers of residential units into the town centre and providing that focal point. But you cannot detach one from the other, because to suggest that an architect is thinking about a major master plan and not thinking about the land use of that very large building with very large quantities of floor space that they're introducing is essentially to fundamentally misunderstand what an architect or urban designer is doing.
So would you be able to agree that it has two primary purposes as planned in 1957? One for residential, for people to live in, and two as a focal point?
Yes.
So one of the primary purposes is as a focal point.
In that town centre, yes.
As planned for.
Yes.
In the same location as Brook House.
In the same broad location.
And that historic significance is important for the Townscape role of Brook House today.
Yes, as has been discussed at previous appeals, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Could you look please to the Townscape and visual impact assessment, please. Just wanted to ask you about this. It's CD 3.94, sir. And could you look to paragraph 5.54? Which we looked at before.
Yes.
And this ascribes a sensitivity for the whole of area A. Do you remember?
Yeah.
And then we went to A2 earlier on, where we focus more on Town Square and East Square, including Brook House, the distinctive Brook House. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's the medium-high sensitivity in terms of townscape quality is a reflection there, isn't it? Ascribed in the environmental statement, at least, if not your proof, of the significance in townscape terms of Brook House.
Yes, but Brook House and that immediate set piece around it. Yes.
Thank you. Could we look now to the inspector's decisions, CD 6.1 and 6.2? In chronological order, if we can. Look first to Mr. Rose's decision at Market Square.
Yes.
And turn to paragraph 7. We see here that Mr. Rose records the low-rise buildings and the ground floor canopies, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
And we look to paragraph 9. He references the strongly horizontal character.
Yeah.
And says similar characteristics prevail elsewhere within the centre, with some elevations squat and unashamedly horizontal in form, and others with pronounced erect framing, as evidenced by the northern facade of the adjacent block on the corner of Market Pavement and Town Square.
Yes.
And so the inspector there makes special mention as an important consideration of those special characteristics of Basildon Town Centre.
He is doing there, I think, the same factual identification of features that we've been criticised for. I think this is a descriptive section, because you'll notice in paragraph 7, for example, the essence of the place was an encircling road embracing town centre commercial uses and extensive car parking. That is not an identification, I don't think you would argue, in any reasonable terms, of a special feature which he is then expecting any development to seek to follow. What he's doing in 7 onwards, site and surrounding section, fairly typical for these decisions, is identifying a whole series of different elements of the immediate townscape that form the context for the decision.
Thank you. And when he turns to the first main issue on page 7, paragraphs 37 onwards, see that?
Yes.
And we see the very first paragraph. He says, without controversy, Brook House provides a landmark function in the town centre, arising from its height, bulk, and architectural design and detailing. Yeah.
Yes.
And he formed the view that it didn't really matter whether it was regarded as the only tall building as originally planned, the matter I've asked you about.
Yes.
Because of its plain, clear, agreed landmark function.
Well, he says it's academic because there are other tall buildings in the vicinity, is what he actually says there.
Yeah, he said there are other buildings.
Yeah, but I don't think he's saying it's academic. Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes,
Sorry,
sure. Once he notes that it's academic, whether or not it was planned to be the only tall building, its current landmark function is important and it's recognised and it was agreed at the inquiry.
Sorry, yes.
The Town Square decision by Mr. Barrett, he too,
Rasheen.
could you turn to that 6.2 and look to paragraphs 15 to 16?
Yes.
And here we see, and no doubt you'd say, well, it's merely descriptive, but it does refer, doesn't it, to the low-rise, simple rectilineal form, strong horizontal emphasis and permeable ground floors, often under cantilevered canopies. The points of context and identity of Basildon Town Centre, he records because they're important for his decision.
She records them, yes. Because they're important for yes. And again, she records a dominant ring road, and she records this is where she goes into the rundown feel, plethora of empty retail units. So they're all elements of that context.
And it is of note, isn't it? Because one can see from who appeared at those inquiries, including third parties, infrared and so on, giving evidence, and a great deal of evidence was presented on Townscape, that in neither decision did the inspectors conclude that Basildon's special qualities were in some way a poor example of modernism.
So no, I don't think either inspector was as straightforward as that. And there was a lot of discussion about it at both inquiries, and I think it's interesting because in both cases, I mean, you've got to remember that in Market Square you had a whole block of, I would say, classic Basildon Newtown buildings, and there was essentially no discussion as to the effect that might arise from their loss. And again, adjacent to Brook House, you see the same thing: a large block, a major section of the Newtown Centre that will be removed, and again, no discussion as to the effect of its loss. Neither inspector decided to directly engage with the wider debate that was happening within the appeal for the purposes of their written decisions on the relative merits of Basildon as a new town.
Could you look to the Market Square decision, please, and look to paragraphs 40 to 45, where he is dealing with the Townscape role of Brook House.
Yes.
And his conclusion on the first main issue is that the singularity of Brook House, I'm looking at paragraph 40,
yes,
from one of the views, would be removed.
Yes, so it would remove singularity, nonetheless retain strong landmark function. Yes.
So he's identifying harm from that view to the townscape function of Brook House, isn't he?
Yes, in that paragraph, I have to say I find both decisions quite both decisions find the inspectors working through these issues, and in both cases you'll find paragraphs that say there is some erosion in this instance, and then they come round to the end, and as he does in 42, you end up with that situation where, in my opinion, status and standing will remain legible. And you come to the paragraph 45, where having gone through the process and identified what you would say in isolation was a degree of harm, in 45 you get this singular landmark quality would be eroded, would not have a material adverse impact on the primacy and captivating townscape function. So I think what you see it's probably slightly clearer in Market Square, but what you see there is this identification of a degree of erosion, but the primacy remains, singularity removed, primacy retained.
So we have some erosion of the singular landmark quality. That's an identification of harm, isn't it? Taking them steps, trying to identify them clearly, looking at paragraph 45.
Sorry, are we looking at heritage or
I'm looking at Townscape.
Townscape?
Okay, this is Townscape.
Fine. So yeah, so there's a bit, one of its Townscape functions sees some erosion. Yes.
Yeah, and there's harm identified by the inspector, which he found was outweighed by other considerations.
Yes,
yeah.
Albeit that, like I say, because you still get this. This is why I have. This is why I think both of these appeal decisions. There's this same grappling of this with this central issue, because that you go through that whole process and get to the end of 45 and are left with would not have a material adverse impact on the primacy and captivating townscape function of Brook House. I think what the inspector is saying is that the overall townscape effect, if harmful, is probably, we're talking low level harmful, because that primacy and captivating townscape function, which is, I think you see as the central element, would be remained, and what is being eroded is a singular landmark quality, which is probably a secondary issue.
But notwithstanding some erosion of its singular landmark quality, it nonetheless would retain its primacy.
Yes, that's what he's saying. Yeah.
So the harm that he identified was outweighed, and part of his consideration to grant consent was that Brook House would remain with primacy. Okay.
Yes.
And have a captivating townscape function.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's plainly relevant, therefore, for this inspector to consider whether or not there would be any further erosion on the singular landmark quality of Brook House, and whether or not there's any harm to the primacy and captivating townscape function that it has. That must be what this inspector should consider.
Yeah. Yes. I think that is slightly tricky, because in 117, in the actual planning balance, the inspector said that the scheme would not have a harmful effect on the character and appearance of the area. And you would think that with Brook House having the importance that we've discussed, if it did actually have a harmful effect that needed to be weighed in the balance, that would result in a harmful effect on the character and appearance of the area. This is why I think they're trying to grapple with something. And I see the cumulative consideration, but I think my reading of the two appeal decisions is that while there's discussion about erosion, I'm sure we're going to go through Town Square North in a second, but from memory, I think that we're essentially in the position where fundamentally both inspectors are finding preservation of townscape character, and therefore finding preservation of that overall townscape quality of Brook House, which makes the cumulative much more difficult, I think, to find.
Right. Okay. Well, I think we'll leave the inspector to consider that decision letter and take into account what you've said. If we look to Town Square North, look to paragraphs 22 onwards. And in particular, paragraph 24, which is the Stadcrone reference, isn't it, which you referred to earlier today. Brook House is a standout building, and a local landmark due to a combination of factors. You see that?
Yes.
26. All in all, being a prominent and in some views dominant feature in the town, Brook House significantly contributes to the character and its appearance. So that's a recognition of its value in townscape terms, isn't it?
Yes.
And then if you look to paragraph 29, the last part of that, the conclusion is, because of the particular nature of the development proposed there, the conclusion that she made was that it would enhance the landmarking role of Brook House. Do you see that in the middle?
Yes.
Within Town Square, she says, looking towards Brook House, due to the separation distance from the proposed towers and intervening retained low-level development, the listed building would retain its separation and dominating impact. And this would be the case even though the towers would be sited within the same city block. So that's looking from within Town Square, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's that very sort of localized viewpoint.
Yes.
But she does go further, doesn't she, and look at other viewpoints, including East Walk.
Yes.
And she notes there, doesn't she, that in the last part, the increased height and scale of the development would reinforce the town centre's role.
Yes.
Overall, Brook House would remain the dominant building, albeit as one of a number of tall buildings.
Yes.
So her conclusion was that there was some beneficial effect. But what's really important is that she concluded in this paragraph from East Walk that Brook House would remain the dominant building.
Yes.
And then there's a Market Square reference, and then paragraph 32 in relation to St. Martin's Square. As Brook House is currently mostly obscured by existing development, no material impact. And then she goes on to long range views, and it's quite clear that she regarded those as important to take into account.
She took them into account for sure. There's plenty of discussion about them in the inquiry. I think there was discussion about the relative role of Brook House within those, sure. And I think what you see here is that this is where you see the most direct erosion or obscuration. Mm-hmm. And some of the views which she talked about, some of them as being set apart, and in some, I don't really, you sort of get part obscuration, which is sort of a bit becomes a bit difficult to follow. But she's certainly considering these views as they stood in front of her. I don't necessarily read that within the decision as a whole as indicating that she thought that Brook House had a clear townscape role that stood beyond the town centre, because when you look at the way that she describes the townscape role of Brook House further up, she always says within the town centre.
Well, I'm not sure that's fair, actually. If you look to paragraph 47, in the conclusion, in close range and local, mainly planned views, the primacy of Brook House would be preserved. So she is making a decision based upon the townscape value of local and close range views in that first sentence, correct?
So no, I disagree with your reading of that, because I think when she's saying close range and local, she's taking that as being a one, because what it then says is when she talks about its townscape role in landmarking the junction of Town Square and East Square, respect existing hierarchy, scale of spaces, contribute to a visually attractive group of buildings. So we've got a discussion which is about the immediacy, and then she talks about longer range views further 48. Down, 48.
Absolutely right.
And I think that's where she's looking at the wider at the wider point.
That's the point I'm driving at, that she regarded the wider point, as you rather dismissively call it, as being part of its townscape function.
She regarded them as requiring assessment. I don't read that decision as clearly saying that views from beyond the town centre were an important part of its townscape function.
You don't think that paragraph 48, spending some time considering that particular issue and concluding, making judgments about the focus on Brook House, determining that it would be eroded and in a few would be obscured, as part of her understanding that Brook House has significance in long range views?
No, I think it's more complicated than that. I mean, she talks about preeminence and wider landmarking role, and I accept that she says that. But I think when you read through the analysis of those views around the ring road and the nature of how it actually appears in those what you might refer to as the local views, the mid-range views, I don't read this decision as saying that they are a particularly important factor in considering the significant the sort of wider townscape role of Brook House. Particularly, it clearly has some sort of role to play, but it's not. I don't think, and I don't think we see Ms. Barrett saying it's a key part of that overall townscaping role.
Okay. Well, we'll leave it there, but I'm grateful at least that you recognise that she thought that it does have some role in longer views, and that's important for the inspector to note, because when we get to the views, we need to look, therefore, don't we, at a range of views.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, but not just short-term or close views.
No.
Okay, good. And of course, her conclusion. Indeed, this is the important point, isn't it? That both inspectors on both occasions made their conclusion that there would be some erosion of the landmark function, but that Brook House would remain dominant and with primacy.
Yes, and again, we see a conclusion in 51, and she returns to it in 99 to 100. Whereby the overall conclusion is that the scheme, whatever that erosion might be, results in no adverse impact on the character and appearance of Basildon Town Centre, having started with saying that Brook House is an important factor. So my reading of these two appeal decisions is that there's a recognition of erosion, but a conclusion that no harm arises to the townscape function of Brook House through either decision.
That's a matter, I think, after that for submissions. You take up your proof, please, and look to paragraph 5.30.
Five point
3
zero.
5.30, yeah. And I just want to seek your clarification here. And you see here, you're dealing with the Town Square North refusal, significant discussion about Stadchrome and so on. Just cast your eye on that paragraph.
Yes.
And you say towards the end there, Brook House would possess a singularity and be the key central building within Basildon, not a Stadchrome, but a townscape pivot nonetheless, the centre of Basildon's townscape universe. So that's, at least in your proof, how you've interpreted the results of the appeal.
Yes, I'm trying to capture there the point that, as I say, we've got a pair of appeal decisions in front of us that, in my view, in my reading of what they say, introduce a lot of new tall buildings into the immediate vicinity of Brook House, but still end up in this situation where Brook House has that primacy, singularity, however you want to say.
Yeah, and just taking the phrase, it would remain the Townscape pivot nonetheless and the centre of Basildon's Townscape universe, relevant question for the inspector is, would the effect of this development as proposed enable that still to be said?
Yes,
Would
and
Brook
that's
House be the centre of Basildon's Townscape universe after this development, if it were to be approved, was built out?
yeah. So that's what I'm saying in that sentence is that were this appeal to be allowed, that would be the result. Yes.
5.54, please. And you say in this paragraph, this is undoubtedly a scheme of transformational scale. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the town centre, oh, beg your pardon, 5.54 the proof, sir. And indeed, you use that word again this morning. And the town centre as a whole would be appreciated differently at the conclusion of the development where it to be consented. And so there's a recognition there that there's not just going to be a very large development scheme on the proposed site, but that the town centre as a whole will be transformed. A fundamental change, you call it elsewhere.
Well, yeah. So yes, the transformational point is as close as you can get in that sort of analysis to a factual one, because we will transform a site that currently has an Asda and a shopping centre on it and a department store into a residential district with taller buildings. There shouldn't be anything controversial in that, because because townscapes are experienced kinetically as well as sort of purely visually, that will change any development of any sort of reasonable scale on this site with the mix of uses that are being proposed would transform your experience of the town centre. It would change the way you move through it, the way you're able to move through it, the way the activity works at the ground floor level.
Right. And the fundamental change that you refer to in this paragraph continues. I have outlined above why, in my view, the most valuable aspects of the town centre's character would be preserved. And then you say this, and why the new town core in particular would continue to provide a driving central character for the town centre. I thought that was quite interesting. A driving central character for the town centre. That would seem to imply that your conclusion is not that Brook House and its location and its singular role of having primacy, okay, not affected by the two recently approved schemes, would no longer be in place. It would only be a driving central character.
So no, I just don't disagree with. I don't agree. I've done it again. I don't agree with that reading. That for two reasons. Firstly, if you read the full paragraph, it says the question is whether this change would result in a fundamental change to the character of the town centre. I'm saying very clearly there that it's not fundamental, which is the way that you just tried to word it. And you're putting, I mean, Emily is doing an enormous amount of heavy lifting in your question, I'm afraid. You can't have multiple driving central characters for an area. It is very clear that what I'm saying there is that if you want that to be other, we can cross it out and write other. I'm very happy to do that. But I don't think there shouldn't be anything controversial in that. I'm not trying to suggest that there's multiples here. Our site is providing an access through to and a relationship with that central hub, the centre of the Townscape universe.
Okay, that's fine. Really helpful. I picked up on it for obvious reasons. So your case is no harm at all, no further erosion to the primacy of Brook House. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that is accurate.
So a bit of hesitancy there.
No, I was just.
Not even.
It's an important question. I want to make sure I was giving a clear answer.
You think not even a little more erosion of singular landmark quality? Bearing in mind the appeal inspectors and their view that there was some erosion, you take an action, much more sort of radical view, notwithstanding the different scale of your development, that there won't be any erosion.
So no, I disagree. I think my approach is entirely on all fours with the appeal inspectors, because both of them are identifying that there will be degrees of change. They in both of the previous schemes, they identified cases where there would be loss of the view of Brook House, or it would be overlapped by other buildings, and then they come to the conclusion that the primacy or the singularity, whichever way they decide to word it, would be preserved. They then separately also come to the conclusion that there would be a degree of harm in heritage terms. So they're clearly able to see those two things separately. So again, I'm doing something very similar, but fundamentally, no. Fundamentally, my view is that that singularity, that primacy, that importance of Brook House would be preserved in its entirety. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll make submissions on that, please. Could you just have a quick look at the planning statement? It's CD 3.3. See that?
Yes.
Paragraph 7.10 on page 64, please.
7.10.
Do you see that? Yep. And it says, in the terms of the townscape and visual impact, it was considered that there are no significant adverse residual effects as a result of the development. Each visual receptor was identified and agreed through discussions. Verified views were carried out. The quantum of development associated with the proposals could have resulted in an adverse impact. However, given the poor quality of the existing townscape and lack of permeability through the site, it is considered the proposed development will result in a neutral impact.
Yes.
It's not the conclusion of the ES assessment, is it?
No, it's not a direct. It's not a direct reference. No,
So it's nothing like the conclusion.
Obviously our assessment's a lot more detailed than that, and we go through a lot of different receptors. But in general terms, our assessment is clear in being beneficial in its effect overall.
Can I ask you just to look at your slides from yesterday?
Yes.
And
Just give me.
there were just one or two new ones. And I don't make any complaint, but I don't think one or two of them were included in the current evidence. And one of those was the last page, you remember, an evolving townscape.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I've no idea, how accurate it is, and sure you'd say, well, it's a broad impression, but it's quite helpful of a reminder of the task that this inspector has in terms of the impact on the town centre. In this context, Mr. Hancock, that we can see the Market Square development, I suppose, in the foreground there, as permitted.
Yes.
The sort of dark brown shading there. And then we can see the Town Square development.
Yes.
And then further behind, I think that's Brook House, we're not sure.
It is, yeah.
It is.
Just about visible.
Yeah. And of course, what we clearly get from this picture, which of course is taken from a helicopter, and therefore we're not always, not many of us are going to have that opportunity. But in terms of the scale here, from the west from the viewer. Brook House is pretty much going to be behind Market Square and Newtown, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes.
And your development is going to have a very, very significant effect in scale and bulk from the south and the east. Yet another quadrant that hitherto has allowed Brook House to retain its primacy.
So no, insofar as we can, I'm sure we're going to go to views, but with the exception of the view that we've shown at view 8, Brook House is not really visible in that entire across that entire quadrant. So relative heights put aside, the effect of Brook House from the drone, the actual effect in terms of that question of primacy of Brook House, I actually, and the importance in particular of that central spine, which, you know, the inspector will have to take a relative view on. I actually don't think that a development of this sort of scale actually does have the sort of effect on primacy that you're suggesting this view might show.
Well, I think the way you put it, because I saw clarity on it a moment ago, it's not just that sort of effect. You don't think there's any adverse effect?
Yeah.
No
Yeah.
adverse effect?
Yeah.
None from any view?
Not in Townscape, not in material Townscape terms,
Exactly.
no.
Well, that's why I asked you to clarify. No adverse effect whatsoever on the function of Brook House in Townscape terms. So can we look, therefore, to one or two of the views, and we'll need the environmental assessment and the update as well, please.
Yes.
View 1, I think this allows us to stay in the original technical appendix, doesn't it?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Okay, and we've got to be careful we, don't go over, old points, to try and pick up new points to tell the inspector. And plainly, he'll have already had an opportunity, and I'm sure taken it to look down east, walk there towards Brook House. At 7.10, I mean, this is an important aspect, isn't it? An important view for the inspector.
Yes, I think so.
In the context of the issue between the parties, an important view.
Well, yes. I mean, yes, yes. In terms of understanding the effect, you'll understand that these viewpoints are always.
Sure.
Yeah, we're trying to pick out parts for kinetic experience, but yes.
And part of the reason why it's important is because it's an important view where Brook House has retained primacy. If we take up what the inspector's conclusion left us with.
Yes.
Yeah. So at 7:10, the ES, not your work, and you haven't commented upon it, but the conclusion here is that the sensitivity of this view is considered to be low.
Yes. It's trying to capture the view as a whole. This is always a problem we're talking about, and I know that this is a series of questions that comes out of Brook House as an important role to play, and that the area that you're looking towards here was a medium-high sensitivity area, but as a view experience, there are some very poor quality immediate intrusions, and we're in an area where we're moving from, I think, low, medium into medium high. And we're thinking too about the sensitivity of the viewer, the receptor, as opposed to the sensitivity of the Townscape receptor. You see what I mean? This is slightly different exercise. So So yeah, so that's where that low is coming from. I'm not in this context when we're talking about what we're talking about. I don't disagree. It's an important view. It's an important view for the inspectors to understand. For the purposes of the ES, methodologically, that was the finding that was reached.
But in terms of the townscape function of Brook House, we've agreed this is a very important view.
Yes,
Okay? And this is important, very important view, because it's a place where Brook House has primacy.
yes.
Okay. The proposal is outlined there in a black wire line. I'm looking at the second picture under view 1. Do you see that?
Yes.
And there's plainly a significant increase in built form to the view down East Walk.
On the left-hand side of the view, yes.
Yeah. And yet the magnitude of change is only regarded as low.
Yes, because we're as a whole, we're looking at this as a piece of townscape and saying that you have a situation where you've got close to built form. We've got a taller building on one side, and we'll have a situation where we'll have taller buildings rising on both sides. So in terms of your appreciation of the townscape as a whole, I'm going to have to keep doing that because we're not just looking at Brook House when we're doing the townscape assessment. Given that and given the setback from Brook House, the actual degree of change to that townscape, again, in terms of that EIA methodology, in the view of at the time that we were doing the assessment, it was a low magnitude change.
Yeah, well, I know you hate EIA, Mr. Hancock.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
no, I know that. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just pass on comment. Forgive me. What I'm really driving at is that it's not really going to help the inspector by regarding that as a low magnitude of change, even in ES terms. It must be significant, must be large magnitude. It's a question of judgment of whether it matters, but you can't reasonably regard that as a low change.
No, I disagree. I mean, we are.
All right.
My point about EIA was not my I hate EIA point. It was more that we've just got to remember that the text here is not looking at Brook House on its own. It's looking at the townscape as a whole. And here we've got a situation where we've got Eastgate Business Centre, we've got Brook House, we've got low-rise elements in between, and we've got built elements that are stepping down into the central space and stepping up the other side. The fundamental shape of the townscape doesn't change. Larger buildings are visible, but larger buildings are already visible in the background. So from an overall townscape perspective, the outcome is that the magnitude of change is low.
Right. And then we turn over and we find that the judgment made is minor beneficial in terms of its cumulative impact.
Yes.
Yeah. But insofar as the primacy of Brook House is concerned, that's effectively gone, isn't it? Can't reasonably conclude that Brook House, in this view, would have primacy.
No, I think it does. I think it absolutely does. Yeah, absolutely. Because as we've seen from the previous appeal decisions, the reason for the primacy of Brook House is not because it's some massive totemic building that's vastly larger than everything else. I mean, in this view, it's sort of quite a large element of it is absolutely obscured. But the reason the eye is drawn to it is because of the angling of the windows, the quality of its actual detail, and the relationship that then has with the immediate new town architecture in the foreground. The two buildings in the foreground here are some of the better commercial buildings in the whole of the town centre. And that's the point of the appeal decisions, because we have a situation where this view is one of the views that was looked at for the other appeals, and the primacy of Brook House was said to remain. And if we were sitting here and talking about Town Square North, you would be saying to me, you can't tell me that putting a tall, slender building right in the centre of your view at the end of that view allows the primacy of Brook House to remain. And that is the outcome of the appeal decision.
I think you and I would agree, surely reasonable to admit to the inspector that the primacy of Brook House in this view is not just to do with detailing. It's to do with the scale and bulk of the building.
So, to a limited extent, but fundamental, obviously, if it had all this detailing, but it's
That's the point I'm making. And it must be, largely because of its shape and size. Now, the effect of Town Square development next door to it, there was some erosion, as the inspector found, but nonetheless was able to grant permission because apparently the building, Brook House, in her opinion, retained its primacy. But the effect of your development is going to draw the eye away, further away from Brook House. Or to put it in lay terms, somebody coming down here, when they're asking where the town centre is, they're not going to be thinking, oh, it must be up in Brook House.
No, I disagree, because your fundamental townscape experience here is you've got your east-west axial route through the town centre. You've got Brook House offset against your new town architecture. This is entering into that core experience. You've got taller buildings around you over here. You've got taller buildings in front of you beyond Brook House. The drawing of the eye in this is along that horizontality, with Brook House standing as the juxtaposition. I don't think there's any erosion of its privacy.
Okay. Well, I don't think that's, I put it to you, reasonable looking at that view, any more than it's would be reasonable to conclude that there's a minor beneficial cumulative effect in terms of seeking to protect the townscape function of Brook House.
Again, I disagree. I think when you look at a townscape that is what it is, the introduction of those new buildings, the way that will sit as a framing piece to the town centre, and the potential for those buildings to be, I think we'd struggle to make them buildings of lower quality than a lot of the architecture in that view. I think it's absolutely reasonable to reach the view that development would have a minor beneficial impact on that.
View 2 from the Southern Hay roundabout. Brook House at the moment, you can still see it, can't you?
Yes,
Yeah.
just.
And then with the additional buildings, it's quite clear, isn't it? I just noticed the word magnitude of change there. Again, looking at ES, sometimes you do have to stand back and take a reality check. Is that, is that an objective view that the magnitude of change there, without a judgment applied to it, is only medium?
Well, it's up for debate. I mean, some of this is always going to be up for always going to be up for debate. I mean,
It must have some question mark over it, doesn't it?
I think it's always very difficult, because when we're talking about high levels of change, it's often very immediate, very, very on top of the viewer, very direct. And clearly there's a significant amount of change here. And for the purposes of the ES and the work that we're doing, it would actually make our assessment more positive if we'd said it had a high degree of change, because we would have ended up at moderate beneficial impact on our assessment. So it's really neither here nor there at this stage. But yeah, I mean, look, it says medium. It's definitely the upper end of medium.
Okay. Leave that for the inspector. I don't think we're going to help him any further. He's got evidence on that, and we'll reach a view. 15, last one in this pack.
Yes.
Here, there is a high level of change recorded.
Yes. Yeah.
And reference to a higher quality of architecture is referred to in order to reach a moderate beneficial judgment overall.
Yes.
And in the current view, arriving at the train station, you get a clear view of Brook House, don't you?
Yes, you do. I was trying to work out the other day, like I said, there's an issue with cumulatives here. I was trying to work out the other day whether or not Brook House would be visible here. I think the answer is, yes, it would be. I think there would be an almost directly adjacent piece of built form that the easternmost tower of Town Square North, and you would see that running all the way around into Market Square in the foreground. So this is the baseline here is slightly fraught.
If we're looking at the landmark townscape function of Brook House and its primacy, we can agree, yes, from the station, an important public viewpoint, you might say of real significance, because it's where people are going to come to Basildon. And you can see Brook House clearly. It won't be eroded at all by the Market Square or Town Square developments, but your scheme will obliterate.
So yes, I think in Townscape terms, in terms of your sense of movement and arrival, location of town centre, etc., particularly location of town centre, I think it's potentially an important townscape view. I don't agree with your characterisation of the role of Brook House if we want to look at this properly in its baseline term. What the experience with those consents is a situation whereby it will form one end of a cluster, some of which will be closer to you. We are going with our scheme for a situation where you can see it to where you can't see it, but it is important to remember that it would be seen here as part of a wider complex of buildings. You can appreciate some of its architectural form because you're far enough along to get some of that west elevation, but there's also quite a lot of that plainer southern flank. So it's quite a complicated. It is playing a role, but it's as part of a wider cluster here rather than as a singularity.
All right, well, we'll leave the inspector to take a view about that response.
So they're not shown because cumulatively, I think they would be behind our scheme. So we. Yes, I think so. I don't know. There might be an easy way of mapping this at some point so that you can see this, but it's quite I was trying to work it out on a map, and it's not straightforward because you have to try and work out precisely where the viewpoint's from. Certainly as you travel west up the platform, the Market Square becomes the obscuring feature rather than us, but as you move east, we are the obscuring feature.
Okay, well, I don't want to go through all of these photographs, but I need to ask you about view 18 from Cranes Farm Road in the addendum. It's the updated assessment, and you might actually have to hand the original text. View 18. Do you have that as well?
Yes.
And the inspector, we've seen the wire frames, and the text acknowledges at 2.56, doesn't it? Said to be a potential adverse effect. See that?
Yes, if not managed and delivered appropriately.
Yeah, I
Yes.
don't know what that means. What do you mean? How do you manage it?
So that is a case of saying, if you're going to produce a new urban skyline that is quite different in its scale to what's there at the moment and has already been created by the appeal schemes, then this is a view which, particularly in terms of reserve matters, becomes an important one to consider, to ensure that the architecture and the actual disposition and the way in which the buildings are designed is positive rather than negative. It's a flag to indicate the importance of getting the reserve matters stage of the scheme right architecturally.
Okay. Well, we've seen the scale that is required to accommodate 2,800 units, and we've got the parameter plans as a guide to understand how detail of appearance is going to matter at this distance. What's much more important as a factor here is the scale and bulk of the buildings, isn't it?
Yes, but because we've got you sort of see the scheme here, because that orientation of Basildon, the views that we provided, you're either at that ground floor level experience and seeing it at the edge of the town centre, and you're interested in the human level experience at ground floor level, or you're seeing it longitudinally east-west or north-south. And because we're in a location here where it's relatively green and open, and we're going to have tall buildings in the background signposting the location of the town centre, you're looking onto our longer flank, as it were, of development. And therefore, and you sort of see this, I think, at the bottom of 22, that you've got the stepping up and then a gap and then a stepping down of the built form. And I think Mr. Reynolds earlier this week, yesterday, was talking about taking something which had character and variation and turning it into something which was sort of flattened out, almost a bit sort of, have we taken all the interest out of it? And we haven't. Actually, quite a lot of the interest is in the additional height that's already been consented at the right hand end of this view. But it's important to make sure that the towers in that view have enough difference and interest and variation between them, that it continues that pattern of interest and variation across the sky.
But from Brook House, the critical point at this distance, you'd agree, is the massing effect, and the function of Brook House is going to be removed entirely.
Well, the function of Brook House now is as part of a cluster of taller buildings indicating the town centre. This is not a good view of Brook House. It's partially obscured by Great Oaks House, and you're looking at that planar northern facade again. So the massing is probably the most important thing, but you actually see this as a person on the ground, and you move around, and there'll be parallax between the two buildings. So making sure the architecture of the building behind Brook House could be the difference between losing your sense of Brook House entirely or protecting it, depending on coloration and.
If you look to the original EIA assessment, paragraph 7.118.
Yes. Yeah.
And the conclusion there was the proposed development would have higher effect when considered alongside the cumulative baseline of the submitted schemes. This increase is considered to have potential adverse effect if not managed, so it's the same. But then there's the next paragraph I thought was quite interesting. With the addition of the anticipated town square development, there would be an even higher increase in the level of change. So there is an acknowledgement in this ES, isn't there, of a really significant impact from this view.
Yes, I mean, necessarily. I mean, you've gone from a position in this view where you've got a pair of tall buildings in location that almost read as one, and cumulatively the change through the creation of an urban cluster would be quite significant. But with the conclusion that we're reaching there is with the illustrative scheme that we're assessing alongside the parameters, that we think it will have you'll effectively end up with a position where the quality of that view will mitigate any potential harm through the increase in the scale.
Thank you. Could you look to the addendum to view 2, please? Looked at this and I think we went there in the original view too, but I don't think there's any difference between this and the update, is there?
There is, yes. The height within zone 1 and the marker built in zone 2
Sure,
has
reduced.
and there's some shouldering. There's a bit more. There's some additional. There's some shifting in the massing, I think, around the bottom as well, around Southern A Meadows.
Okay. So I've noticed the time is 1:05, and I'm sorry I didn't stop at 1 to ask for guidance. Yes, I've finished on the views. I think I've just got 2 topics to cover still. It won't take very long, but I think it's probably a good time to break.
So another 15 minutes or
Probably a bit long.
The answers, but
Probably a bit
a
longer.
bit longer than that, right? Okay, right. Will there be much re-examination? Right, okay, well, we'll take a break then, because I was going to say if we could finish in 15 minutes, we can carry on, but it doesn't look like we will do. So we'll break now till 2 o'clock, and then conclude the cross-examination. Then, just a note, I've received the addendum to the Housing Land Supply Statement of Common Ground. So I've got that for tomorrow. I've asked for a hard copy as well. So yeah. Thank you. 2 o'clock, so we'll resume the cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hancock. Just one or two further questions, if I may. First, pick up your proof of evidence and look to page 18 here.
Yes,
And you'll see there's a heading there, height, scale and massing.
yes,
The inspector will obviously read it again, but would you accept from me that this is predominantly dealing with height rather than scale and massing?
so not entirely. It is looking at the issue of height, but it is also it's looking at things like clustering and the spread of height across the town centre, which inherently brings into question scale and massing, but its focus is on height.
And in terms of the townscape impact, it's not enough, is it, to focus on height? One has to have regard to scale and massing.
Yes, they're all relevant factors. Yeah.
Thank you. Can I just ask you some questions about Gateway? I think in your proof of evidence, you talk about a new front door to
Yes.
Basildon. And I think in the DAS, it's referred to as finding something welcoming to Basildon. Is that correct?
Yes.
Indeed, I think Mr. Tracy says something that wants everybody in the world to come and visit Basildon. That's the intention, and therefore we're looking for something exemplary, as agreed between the parties. And the gateway to the south by the bus station is an opportunity to provide some exemplary design, is it not?
Yes.
You look at this matter in your proof at 5.25. And this is, I think, at the eastern end you're dealing with here of the site.
Yes.
So further to the east,
Yes.
right at the other end of A. And you say there, the Newtown character is less clearly imposed. Accordingly, there's less immediate sensitivity to this part of the site. Indeed, moving around these buildings, particularly from the ring road, Newtown characters is in no way perceptible. Here, therefore, the scheme is more open at ground level, predicated on creating pedestrianised open spaces between freestanding residential buildings with a landscape approach to the open spaces between. And this approach will naturally invite movement towards the town centre and a sense of approachable human scale to the environment in this vicinity.
Yes.
See that? And looking there at the ingredients to ensure movement towards the town centre, we're looking for openness. Is that correct?
This isn't the only way to do it, but those are the ingredients that I'm identifying here.
Yeah,
Yes.
but in general, we're trying to find, ways to get people to the town centre. We provide openness and buildings that have some human scale. They're not going to be overpowering or over dominating.
So I don't agree that those are the ingredients that mean that you have a character that draws people through. There are various ways of cutting that.
This is one way.
That's one way. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's obviously we can look now to the bus station entrance, zone 1 and 2. And that is not the approach adopted there, is it, by any means?
No, it's a more urban approach there.
5.22, looking back a page, you're seeking to replicate coarse grain, is the way you put it, most notably within zone 1, which creates a large urban block through its podium form, from which taller buildings rise. So it's quite different, isn't it? And I mean, a large urban block of itself is not, in principle, going to be the right sort of approach for a welcome, which also manages to direct people up to the centre of the town centre core.
I don't see those two things are incompatible with one another. Again, this is one of those areas where I think we're slightly being held at being damned if we do and damned if we don't, in terms of contextualisation and achieving what we want to achieve. So the principal method by which the eye and the feet are drawn here is by having a taller building as this sort of southern marker, of which the bottom middle top was part of discussions at pre-application, finds its way into the design code, and beyond that, you'll see there's a counting of that block in zone 1 to create a bit of a lead in to that route heading north, and then it's a dogleg route to create interest and moments as you go. It's a Gordon Cullen style townscape of opening and closing views to direct the feet of the viewer, rather than to the east. That sort of approach is also inspired by the wider approach to the master plan, which is about being more sensitive to the lower scale of the residential in that corner.
Okay. View 7 in the addendum of montage visual documents. Do you have that?
Yes.
And we can look there, and I appreciate it's diagrammatic, but we note there that this montage is done on the basis of the parameter plans, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah. So the building line we see it right up to the edge there, along on there of the Eastgate Centre. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, yeah. See where the blocks are placed. Yeah.
And although the picture doesn't show it, these buildings, in particular the Zone 2, is going to be very tall at 21 stories, and the scale and bulk will be quite considerable at this point, won't it?
It will be a very urban. It will be a very urban form. There will be a number of buildings of height stepping along here, and there are visuals in the DAS that provide a sense of how that appears in a more contextual, illustrative way along here.
And if you look to the parameter plans then and the horizontal limits of deviation,
can you give me a sorry, I was in the
CD 4.21 I've got. They're the revised, updated
4.10.
4.10. Thanks.
4.10.
You have them?
Yes, I've got that. Thank you.
And if you look at the limits of deviation here, we see that the distance between Zone 1 and Zone 2 is only 15 metres minimum and 20 metres maximum there.
Yes, I understand that's right. Yes.
So that's obviously far from an open invitational gateway at this point.
Not necessarily. I mean, 20 metres is still quite a considerable. I mean, 15 metres is quite a considerable opening. It's the Anglia Square scheme I mentioned earlier, we've got a something that the council are considering to be an open route into the central square, which is closer to 12, 13 metres. And really, we've got to remember it's not just the premises, it's not just the feet on the ground, it's what's actually happening here. There are various opportunities for signalling, even without having to go to get as far as things like signage, because how that Zone 2 building meets the ground, how the interaction works with the bus station, the public realm around it, how the activity works on the edge of on the edge of Zone 1 on its eastern end. All of those things will form part of that experience and that opportunity to draw the
we're
feet
just
on.
looking at what is going to be fixed by the commission.
Yeah.
And the inspector will make of it what he will in terms of this attractive, welcoming gateway, which is intended to not interrupt the field towards the town centre established plan core. We note also it narrows then, doesn't it, around the dog leg to only 10 metres.
Yes.
And of course, meanwhile, we've got a building at Zone 2 of 21 metres. Zone 1, the southern end, I think, is 19 stories. Is that correct?
I think that's right. Yes.
And then I think there's a reduction to 15 around the dog leg. But meanwhile, we are the walkway is 10 metres. But the important thing here is not just the width between the streets, but as it is experienced between these very tall, bulky buildings, which will add to the effect, which is the transformational one. But contrary to your case, it will be adverse because it won't be an invitation up to the established town centre core. It'll be, this is the town centre. This is the transformation that you are going to achieve, eroding the landmark quality of the Brook House East Square town centre core.
So I disagree, and I disagree because what you have, as I say, is a much more. I know we're only looking at the parameters because that's what we've got as fixes, but they're not the end of the story in terms of what a space like that feels like and how it works. And I don't think it's as simple as saying that because you've got taller buildings around you, you experience a place as being at the top of the hierarchy. The enclosure is quite an interesting point because, like I said yesterday, Frederick Gibbard and various others at this time are looking at designing master plans for new town centres around having enclosed streets around the outside that then open up into something wider at the centre. So while we've got greater height either side of the visitor here as they move up through this space, they will experience the feeling of enclosure and opening out, that when they get to the top of that route and they arrive in the town square, East Square junction, they have a level of openness and a level of interrelationship between height and lower uses and everything else that means that they're in no doubt that that is the town centre. So I don't actually see. I understand your point, which is that this is a more urban feeling to this place, whether or not we agree it's overbearing or not, about here than you get in the centre. But in a way, that's partially the point. Levels of enclosure don't necessarily lead you to feel that you're and levels of scale either side doesn't necessarily lead you to feeling that you've arrived at somewhere. It's often openness that leaves you feeling like you've arrived.
Right. And the design code deals with zone 1 at section 3.3. This is CD 4.2, sir.
Sorry, I need to close down a couple of
CD
PDFs
4.2
before I I just need to.
Yeah.
We'd like to go back to the HGVIA.
Do you want to close it off?
I just want to close a couple of windows so that my Adobe doesn't collapse. Well, I can come back. I can come back to it very quickly, so it's not a problem. Sorry, let me just grab the design code. Sorry, they're not lost forever. Don't worry.
National design.
No, so the design code. Sorry, the
Scheme.
Yeah, for the scheme. I beg your pardon.
Yes, I'm there.
Big one, sir. 4.1. 4.21, I think. 4.2. CD 4.2. Is that right? 4.2.
Yes.
Oh, it sounds. Well, I went into the inspector. So, have you got that?
It's only got story. Too many things open.
Right. Section 3.3.
3.3.
Yeah, you got that.
Oh.
And this is zone 1.
Okay. Sorry. Now I'm stuffed. I've got the wheel. I've got the circling wheel of
Yes, I understand.
death. Right. Okay. Here we go. Right. Sorry. Just 2 seconds. Yeah. This is the benefit of hard copy. I'll give you that.
Yeah, this is the relevant place. But have you got that?
Yeah. I'm there.
Yeah. There's nothing here, is there, to assist with the in any detail here to have proper detailed design to allow for a welcome new gateway in the context of the parameter plans, which will allow for such large scale buildings, and the importance of not detracting from town centre core.
So no, I disagree. I don't think there's nothing there to do that. I mean, it's starting point as far as the welcoming element is its identification. I'm sure there'll be chat about should later, but should present a bold landmark frontage towards the key town approaches. We've got discussion of things like block distribution to create a form that draws the eye in a certain way, and the orientation. Land use is a particularly important element here, and that commercial base. There are features in there that are beginning to move in that direction, and then the overall modelling of the massing and the approach to how that mass is then broken down is again about creating the angled shaping to frame the entrance into the centre, and then to reduce the height as you move north within the block. And there's some discussion about as well. I remember seeing, I can't find it right now, but there's something about talking about the boldness of the colour on the southern part of the site and everything being more muted to the north to create a sort of more secondary feel before you then reach the town centre, because those blocks are within the sort of interstitial place between the southern hay frontage and the town centre frontage. So there are features woven into it that read together provide that guide as to how this should be managed to avoid those issues. I think
we should read that into the text. These features that you're talking.
I'm not saying I'm reading into the text. I'm picking out sections from the zone 1, the topics and the associated guides. No, so I'm reading through the following pages as well. Sorry. So I'm saying so that in order to read how we take the parameters and add on those added details to get to the point where this is playing that role as acting as a gateway and ensuring that we have we don't challenge the centrality of the town centre to the north.
Where's the deal with not challenging the town centre at the north? Where's that addressed in the design code? You agree it's important, but where is it addressed?
Well, it doesn't say that specifically. My point is that when we're assessing what is pushed out of the other end of this, you read this section, you read this 3.3 section of the design guide and the zoning and the layout and uses and everything else that follows, and you read the parameter plans and you read the landscape plans, and together
there's not even a mention of the point. It's difficult to say that this gives any sensible guidance to this important consideration.
I mean, I disagree. I just think that as a whole, it reads as a scheme that's designed to achieve that, and it gives the framework.
Even though, Mr. Hancock, there's not even a reference to the point.
I think it would be well, yes.
Could you look to the DAS section 7, please? And do you have that?
Yes.
And we see there's some pictures, and then there's some plans, massing concept, hierarchy, and shift. Do you see that on page 123?
Yes.
Designing the Southern Hay Vista, 124. Do you see that?
Yes.
And page 125, we've got an aerial view, modelled view. Do you see that?
Yes.
And as I understood what you were saying in evidence in chief, this design here has sought to, I don't know, echo, reflect the same sort of juxtaposition of taller buildings and lower buildings that we find in the town centre core. That's as I understood your argument, but assuming I've got it right, there's no comparison, is there, between the sort of design that's contemplated and allowed for under the parameter plans, with the emphasis on stepping up to a very, very tall building at 21 stories at zone 2. It's completely different rationale.
And so firstly, no, that's not what I was saying. The position about the horizontality with verticality rising above it is related back to the way that zone 1 is dealt with, and to an extent to this juxtaposition that you then get with zone 2 and the marker building, as you know, this idea of markers in that townscape. I'm not actually saying that as a whole this Southern Hay frontage is sort of Newtown derived in that way per se. The overall point really is that as you move further into the site and further away from the Newtown, my view is it's less appropriate for us to be mimicking the Newtown character anyway, because we're outside the Newtown master plan, and we're less directly attached into that Newtown core. And so I think the southeast section of the site where the form of the buildings breaks down and things become more permeable.
Yeah.
That's allowed to be like that, and therefore I don't think it needs to have horizontality and verticality.
I apologise if I misunderstood your point, Mr. Hancock. So in short, so far as the development is concerned, in terms of the characteristic of the town centre of Basildon, which is the juxtaposition of horizontality with verticality, as we see from Brook House and the surroundings, there's no part of the scheme that you rely upon to reflect that character. No.
Again, that's not what I've just said. What I've just said is that.
Where is it?
So if you look at zone 1, zone 2, you look at that area on the western side of the scheme, the side of the scheme that is closest to the town centre, and what you have is a horizontal podium with taller buildings rising out of it, which is exactly the sort of form that you see.
You are saying it's in zone 1.
In zone 1, yeah.
Well, that's what the question I put to you.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about the whole of the Southern Hay frontage. you've taken me through a series of pages that talk about the Southern Hay Vista and design of Southern Hay Vista.
You actually said, no, it doesn't matter because it's somewhere else. So looking at zone
It's not
one,
what I just said.
okay, the building's on zone one, that stepped approach to the townscape that's intended deliberately to reach up to the market building is nothing akin to the sort of juxtaposition that is one of the special characteristics of the town centre core.
So-
it's a completely different approach.
So yes, it is.
Yes,
Insofar as we take the basic presumption. I mean, you've got to remember, this is exactly what happened at Town Square North, where you could equally argue that having 4 towers rising out of a central podium is not what happens because you've only got Brook House doing that elsewhere. But I think this is a much more contextual approach to the wholly appropriate approach they took at Market Square, for example, where they just raised a series of step blocks that don't have this sort of as sort of straight a form directly out of what the inspector saw as being sort of a podium, but which is basically not. This is very much a form that it's taking that starting point of horizontality and verticality, and it's having that conversation, but it is different to what's happening in the centre of the new town, because it's appropriate for it to do that, to take those inspirations, to take those references, to think about how you then transfer that into a new site that's at a completely different scale.
just help me with this. In this section one, I would expect to see, wouldn't I, that there's some part of the starting point about horizontality.
Well, I think a lot of the stuff about horizontality lies in the detail.
You'd expect to see it in the design and access statement. You're saying it was taken into account and will serve as a starting point. It should be in the design and access statement, but actually you look at the rationale here, they've got nothing to do with it. This is all about an arrangement stepping up to a tall marker building.
But that's thinking about it. That's thinking about it at height. It's not thinking about
bulk and scale.
So as I say, that interrelationship that we're talking about is something you experience at ground floor level. From a bulk and scale perspective, this is a bulk and scale that is different to what you see in the core of the new town. Inevitably, it's a development of significant scale in that respect. But we're not in that core here anyway. But what it does is it disposes of and distributes and arranges the mass so that when you experience it at that ground floor level, you can see the conversation that happens with the new town.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hancock. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think I have a few questions which I'll deal with first. The listing description for Brook House, it talks primarily about the base at the base of the tower rather than the upper floors. But is there anything particular that, in terms of architectural quality, that you could point to in terms of the upper floors, apart from the fact that it's obviously a tall building?
Well, I think it lies in that fenestration pattern. I think that for me is the principal sort of architectural expression of it, is that sawtooth window form. I don't actually have the list description in front of me, so I'd like to just do that very quickly if I may. But
yeah. Shallow V, it talks about. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah. I think you see it that's the sort of whether you're standing at the bottom or up and down,
right,
or up and down the central space, that those aluminium aluminium glazed screens and windows. It talks about some interiors, but I mean it's a slightly funny list description because it's a sort of legally descriptive one rather than identifying what's significant one, but it still goes on then to be a bit descriptive and discussive about what is
Yeah.
what is important about it. But I think it's very difficult to ignore the quality of those windows as a
Is that a
form.
thing of that time, is it? Or?
A bit. Just trying to think about similar buildings of a similar age. I mean, it reminds me a lot of Fawley Power Station, for example. But it's quite there's quite a lot of sort of engineering expertise that lies in being able to do that, I guess.
Right.
And it's sort of taking. You can see that if we start with the starting point of that previous block on the previous plan, which is sort of very pedestrian, you then look at what you can apply to it to make it more interesting, and that's why you see this sort of raising up of the box and the introduction of pilotis, and then what can we do to this fenestration? And
Right.
that's to me that it reads like that's where you get to.
So that fenestration is presumably more noticeable from short to medium views.
You have to be relatively
Yeah.
close to it to get the full effect. It's at its absolute best, I think. This building for me square, it's really dramatic that because it overhangs you a bit as well.
Maybe not a question for you, but obviously we've got the representation of the town square and the market square schemes. Is there anything else before the inquiry in terms of a bit more detail? As far as you're aware
Of
of the what was actually being permitted, obviously in terms of one application, it's full and one's hybrid.
It just occurred to me, it had occurred to me earlier, if you want, I don't know, can't speak on it, but if you wanted, for example, to have.
I don't want masses of plants.
No, I was thinking,
Open-ended
but
question.
I think, for example, the design and access statement for those which you could have electronic format would be better, have a skim through.
Unless it's an illustrative plan, might be a single document. Is that sort of thing you have?
So I don't want detailed elevations. I
Yeah.
just wanted an impression as to.
Just something
Elevation.
sense
Yeah.
of what's involved. Should we see if we can
Yeah,
work out between us what's the best thing?
Yeah. I mean, I could access it via the pins.
Yeah,
Yes,
yes.
that's probably not the way you should do it. In it needs to be.
Yes, no, understood.
Doesn't it?
We'll have a word.
The town context document that was agreed to was intended to provide some assistance with that. So do you recall this?
Yeah, I've got the sort of
And I am starting.
general massing
Yeah.
and things, but
Yeah.
more about some of the
Yeah,
how it would look in terms of elevations.
there's a lot more in there's a lot more in Town Square North than there is in
yes.
Market Square. But then a lot of that is hybrid. There's obviously some hybrid in there,
Yeah.
but that DAS is it jumps around a lot, so it takes quite a lot of reading to find. We could probably pull out the best images
Yeah.
to capture.
I
the
can
point.
see some advantage in you having the DAS for that, given that the DAS was held to be sufficient in that case with its high level principles. So it may be quite helpful and instructive.
Other things I wanted to clarify with you. Just from your proof. There may be errors in the sort of compass points.
Okay.
I just
It
want to make sure I've got the right.
wouldn't be the first time, sir.
5.3,
3.
on the page. Talking about Southern Hay Meadows. It's on this western side, he said, doesn't it?
Yes, that should be Eastern. Yeah. Yeah.
Thought it was. I didn't want to change it without reading it. And then paragraph 5.4, you talk about 12 development zones. I think we had a discussion about this before, but is that obviously that's different to the 9 zones?
Yes, there's from memory is that there's some complication somewhere, I think, between anyway. Yes, it's the 9 in the in the design code are the most instructive way to look at it. I think that's obviously what's in the reason for refusal.
Given in your evidence in chief, you talk about the courses of the grain of Basildon, that's presumably the size of the blocks, is it?
Yes, as you sort of move around them. Yeah.
And then in terms of I think we're talking about again the approach from the southeast through the scheme. How that could be given or elements would have a new town feel. Is that basically in terms of the architectural language and materials? Is it?
Yeah. I think there are opportunities there. Again, I don't think it's as pressing over on that eastern side as it is elsewhere.
Yeah.
But there are opportunities for nods in the architecture.
Actually, noticed on when I talked about the extent of the listed buildings in one of the plans in the design and access statement, it does actually show that. Well, the interpretation of that anyway. So I don't need another plan.
Well, I was walking around there today, sir, and the description of the listed building that we're talking about, the steps and ramps, is quite out of date following the public realm works that have happened over there.
Right.
Anyway.
But
Yes, if you've got a plan, that's great.
no, I think the plan's already there in the design and access statement.
Yeah, the one that we were looking at earlier, actually. Yeah.
Can't think where it was.
Yes, that one wraps in the whole square, actually. But
Definitely in there somewhere.
it's at page 19 of the PDF.
Page,
Page 19 of the DAS. Is that where you were?
looking at the wrong thing here. Yeah. That plan.
Yes, that's the. Yeah, so the coloring's coming up different on that. Yeah.
Right. I think that's sufficient for my purposes.
Fine.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hancock, could we go back to CD 4.24, which is the clip of pre-app material? And if you're in the PDF, go to page 19. And could you also take out CD 6.1, the Market Square decision? And you've got those both on your screen, or one on the screen and one in a different window, if you let me know.
Right. So the meeting minutes.
Meeting minutes, EQRP, page 19.
Page 19, and then
CD 6.1, Market Square, and it's paragraph 70.
Yeah.
So firstly, you were asked various questions about what the EQRP said under the heading of identity on page 19 of 4.24. That passage refers to the schemes, plural. What are the schemes?
Market Square, Town Square North, and ours.
And were they in the final form when these observations were made? Final form as into final before being put forward for planning.
Not quite, I think is the answer. They were still going through pre-app process.
Did the two schemes that have been through, did the inspectors agree that there was cause for concern in relation to those the schemes failing properly to recognise the character of Basildon?
No, I think in both cases the inspectors reached the view that they they were contextual. They had information in front of them to demonstrate they've been considered contextually.
Paragraph 70 of Market Square, there's expressed disagreement. So what does that tell you about the degree to which these observations on an earlier iteration of our scheme, in the context of the two schemes that have been permitted, what does that tell you about the degree to which these observations assist the council?
Well, we've got a QRP that's either raising concerns that were addressed or which were not shared by the inspectors in those two other cases. So I think in that regard, it's not particularly assistive in telling us whether or not this scheme is likely to have met that requirement or not.
Then we go forward to page 24 of the clip, which is the last, chronologically the last one in the sequence, the final one before our application was submitted,
yeah,
which does specifically relate to Eastgate. And can you firstly see that there is, just bear with me one moment. Sorry, I've just lost a reference. Yes, so on page 25, under placemaking, the observation in the second paragraph is now that the proposal successfully delivers significant amounts of commercial space and numbers of homes, subject to reference to more needing to be done. And then in the final paragraph on page 27, the principle of this development is progressing positively.
Yes.
So what's the direction of travel as compared to the earlier version of their comments that was put to you in cross-examination? What's the direction of travel?
As I was saying earlier, I think this is a what we'd expect from a positive pre-submission design review panel response. It's clearly demonstrating that it's moving in the right direction, that there's satisfaction with the principles, but there's always areas of improvement in these things, but it's moving in the right direction. Any
Suggestion that the planning permission shouldn't be granted, or there's unacceptability in principle?
It's not identifying sort of serious in principle concerns. It's not trying to scare officers off from it's not sort of trying to direct them towards seeing this as a problematic scheme.
Can we then go next to put that 424 to one side and go to 3.94, which is the TVIA within the environmental statement? And you were taken to various parts of the early chapters of this document, and it was suggested to you that there hadn't been consideration of context, essentially. You weren't taken to page 27, and I'd like to take you to page 27 if that's okay. So you just turn up page 27.
Yes.
Could you just spend a moment reading, and I'd invite the inspector to do so as well, just as long as you need, to cast your eye over particularly 615 through 622, which you weren't taken to in cross-examination.
So I don't need long to read this because I sort of know it obviously, but
these paragraphs assist in understanding to what extent this document had regard to context.
Yes, it does, because it's taking that assessment of Townscape further, and it's identifying the features or elements within the existing Townscape to which the design could or should respond.
At one stage, it was suggested that the TVI was quote insufficient. As part of the environmental statement, Mr. Mumby explains in his proof that the council had power to request further information. I think it's regulation 23 now, that they keep changing the number of the regulation. To your knowledge, was there any request for further information on the basis what they had was insufficient for the purpose of EIA?
No.
The DAS, it was, we were asked various questions which started with a purported summary of what the legal requirements were for a DAS. Can I screen share, please? I'd like to, and obviously not going to put the law to you, but I'd like to ask you some questions on what the legal requirements actually, in light of what legal requirements actually say. That's why I logged into the Zoom. I hope I'm still there. Just give me one moment. So I think this is where I show my technological incompetence. Just bear with me one moment. It's shrunk. I don't know how to. Just give me 1 second. Just the screen, the thing's just shrunk. I do apologise. There we are. Okay, got it. Sorry. No, I'd like to have the text matters. Yeah, Mr. Hancock may not. So I don't know whether you. So various points are put to you about whether the DAS contained an in-depth, I think was the word used, or detailed, the interchange in-depth or detailed townscape appraisal. When we see the requirements highlighted A to E, is there in fact a obligation for a DAS as opposed to TVA to contain a detailed or in-depth townscape appraisal?
B says demonstrate the steps taken to appraise the context of the development and how the development has taken that into account.
And is it with your judgment, does the DAS demonstrate those steps?
In my view, yes, it does. It's a very detailed and considered DAS that takes into account in that whole section that we were looking at a variety of different factors, which would then influence the design that then comes forward.
Is context confined to built form?
No.
Thank you. Just bear with me. I think I can stop. And oh yes, sorry, there's one more. So if, sorry, this is where I've got my technological. Next point. We see here in this is Article 11 of the DMPO that the provisionization of validation. So we see how the DAS was defined, what a DAS is, was defined legally in that passage we just looked at. In Article 11.5 tells us that if the local planning authority considers an application is invalid, they must, as soon as reasonably practical, notify the application is invalid. And when we see the final highlighted bit, 6B, an application invalid if it doesn't meet the requirements of a valid application in Article 34. We go to 34, and a valid application has to contain the ingredients set out in that passage, which include a DAS within the meaning of Article 9. So on that basis, if the local authority considered that the DAS didn't have the mandatory ingredients of a DAS that we saw a moment ago, these 5 mandatory agreements in Article 9 that were put to you and you asked about, if the local authority considered that those were lacking, when considering whether the application was valid, what should it have done?
It should have highlighted the point as soon as practically possible, that wording.
Was the application validated by the authority?
Yes.
Is there any suggestion in the reasons for refusal that the DAS is legally deficient?
No.
Thank you. Get a discussion about canopies. Sorry, one last thing, forgive me, I wonder more about the DAS. Could you take up Mr. Reynolds' rebuttal? Still on the issue of the DAS, Mr. Reynolds' rebuttal appended a DAS which was held out by him on behalf of the council as being a paradigm DAS, one that does the job. And do you remember he said in cross-examination, though it didn't need to have a link piece explaining how the context had been taken into account. How does, in your judgment, the level of granularity in the appeal scheme DAS compare to that in this one?
I think there's significantly more. I mean, obviously we've got a larger scheme, but there's significantly more in that analysis section that we were going through than we have here. It's largely visual, and where it identifies site context, it is descriptive.
And while we've got this document in front of us, that last question you asked about, the last theme, right at the end of your cross-examination, whether the horizontality in the gateway area, zone 1, that could be achieved, and so how could it possibly achieve that stepped up process? And you said it wasn't just about height. Do you recall I put the image of the East Walk Plinth development to Mr. Reynolds and made a similar point about horizontal? This wasn't sufficiently horizontal, just not least because of its height. And you said no, it's actually all about the treatment. There were horizontal elements there. If that's correct, how does that affect consideration of whether appropriate horizontality could be achieved in zone 1 of the appeal scheme?
I think it could absolutely be achieved through its detail. It's in, if you want horizontality here, it's in the disposition of the lower and the taller blocks and their interaction between them, the way that the ground floor operates and its use of the way it arranges its fenestration. It actually does use canopies on this corner. It's got those billowing canopies that are like so much opposite. It's all in the language.
Last point on the DAS, it was put to you that there was nothing firm, quote unquote, the words used, nothing firm in the DAS. Could you take up CD 6.2, the Town Square North decision, and go to paragraph 44?
Yes.
And there, the inspector, Ms. Barrett, held in the last sentence the high-level design principles in the DAS were sufficient, bearing in mind the outline nature of that part of the scheme considered there.
Yes.
If high-level principles are sufficient, what does that suggest about the appropriateness of acquiring firmness, a sort of straitjacket approach in the DAS?
I mean, I think what you have is high-level principles and then some. But it's certainly, as a document, setting out a whole series of quite clear urban design moves and opportunity scenarios, approaches to landscaping, approaches to disposition of buildings, approaches to language, approaches to what is going to make this a good place. So it's quite a detailed set of principles, really, but it certainly meets the high level bar.
In terms of canopies, within the Eastgate, you asked various questions about canopies. Within the Eastgate, where, if anywhere, are the original Newtown canopy form?
In the way that we were looking at, there aren't any. There's some sort of shielding, as you'd expect, at the bus station, but it's not in that same language. And in any event, the DAS talks about canopies at the bus station.
Yeah, that was just the same word search like yes. So if the one place where you find sort of original canopies is the bus station, indeed, when you do a word search, I think there's about half a dozen references to canopy form in the new bus station. What does that say about the degree to which regard has been had to carrying across canopy form where appropriate?
Yes, it's responding to Newtown features where those Newtown features exist. So in that instance there
was extensive cross-examination about Brook House and whether or not it was intended to be a focal point. Just to be very clear, it's irrespective of its intention, in your judgment, what's its current function and over what area? Just in your own words, do you want to explain? your view on that?
In my view, and with regard to the fact that we've gotten this appeal scheme, the recently consented appeal scheme baseline, I was taken to what I think its key role is. It's that central point in what is very clearly the most clearly Newtown, highest quality 1950s, 1960s experience in the town centre. I'm very clear in my view that the principal role of Brook House is in its in the way that it has I think it has sort of dominion over its quite immediate vicinity, and all the money shots and all the real quality interactions are within that zone. So yeah, I think that's the area that it has its principal relationship with, and its role is to act as this counterpoint, as this moment of quality within that core space.
And primacy, just to be clear, does it only mean in the way the inspectors at least used it in the two decisions, and the way that you've used it in discussions in this case? Does it simply mean the biggest, the tallest building, or does it connote other considerations too? And if so, what? Can you just clear on that?
It can't mean that, because in a variety of the views where that specific issue is being dealt with, you see the inspectors identify that there would be no effect on primacy when there are bigger buildings, visibly bigger buildings proposed. In some instances, I think it's lost part, but I might be wrong. There is an instance where there's partial obscuration of the building, and it talks about primacy remaining. So it's therefore about it as a building, as this totem, having that visual preeminence in those views, being the focal point. And I think when we were looking at viewpoint 1, it's a very good example of this point, that you can build very tall buildings in the immediate vicinity of Brook House and it still has its primacy, because the buildings that are being built around it are not seeking to be the totemic heart of that place through their architecture. And you in any event have a townscape it's built into its townscape in a way that later editions have a different sort of relationship with. So you can build other things around it and it still has this presence. I think a good but very, very different comparison to this in a way is the way that the Gherkin now reads in the city. The Gherkin is basically completely surrounded by taller buildings, but it has a charisma that means that it has a function within the space in which it's visible, that means that it has primacy and preeminence despite being encircled by larger, more sort of muscular neighbours.
And then you talked in the context of the Zone 1 and the gateway function and the tall buildings around Southern Hay by the station. There was a line of questioning relatively after lunch, I think it was, about the extent to which that would compete with the town centre, because you've got the tall buildings on the outside. If you remember that line of argument, that discussion, and you described in response that there would be a sense of enclosure effectively on the journey in, and then a sense of openness in the town square. Do you remember that response? So just hold that thought. Can you get up the DAS and go, please, to, bear with me, page 54. So I've got so many windows open now.
Landscape 316 landscape design views.
So we see here in the context, horrible for expression, in the context of context, whilst dealing with context in the sense of landscape and townscape, we see town square spaciousness, focal point, And then in the second bullet, the scale and sense of spaciousness in the town squares as part of the context. Bearing that in mind and reading this section as a whole, is the approach you described of the sense of post-development, the sense of enclosure on the journey in, and then opening out that sense of openness in the town square, is that consistent or inconsistent with new town principles and Basildon?
I think it's absolutely consistent. I mean, Gordon Cullen's concise Townscape, referred to Cullen earlier, is written in 1961. 1962, Frederick Gibbard speaking frequently in different speeches about the way in which new towns invert the normal principles of streets getting narrower as you get into the centre. They're always about enclosure and openness and moments of joy that arise as a result, and the experience of that sort of spatial change. There's so much in 1960s, 1950s design and architecture which is about the opening and closing of spaces.
And how does that affect also the future role of and primacy of Brook House, if you had that sense of enclosure, the openness in the centre, and with Brook House as the centrepiece of the centre?
I think that's, like I say, that's the centre of your universe. That's your moment, your arrival moment with space. You get the openness. You've got your totemic, sort of monumental, inverted commas type feature.
And last question, really, in this theme, and one specific question on the viewpoints. You said a couple of times, you emphasised the importance of looking at Townscape as a whole, in considering the end product of the development, the acceptability of Townscape. Are we just looking at the Eastgate scheme on its own, or are we looking at the whole of the centre of Basildon town and how that will work as a whole, whether as a whole it will have the relevant new town elements? Which way do we look at it?
Well, I think we're obviously having to look at our scheme and what it does, but as the EQRP were making the point when they were looking at various different schemes and the master plan as a whole, if those core new town elements, that core new town space, the centre of that universe is protected, then the effect on the whole is dramatic. It's that point, the point in my proof about a central, the central and driving character, the central driving character, that on the basis that experience and that focus is preserved, then if everything around it is achieving that preservation and responding to it, then the effect on the whole town centre will be that the new town will pervade.
Thank you. I've got one last question, which is a specific question on viewpoints, and I just want to get up the relevant 3.18 and 3.94.
Yes.
This is literally the last question. I just want to get it up on my screen. It was put to you. Oh, sorry, my screen. It was put to you that this would have a quote really significant impact, and you had a discussion along those lines. And I just wanted to really sort of, for the avoidance doubt, to get your clarification of what's meant by a major neutral cumulative effect. And I know the answer to this question, but to answer, in terms of applying the Glivia 3 methodology, how does one go about considering the nature of an effect? What stages that come in, and what are the potential options for the nature of an effect?
Yes. So the idea of a major neutral effect seems mad. I appreciate, but such can be the way with Glivia. So the way that we assess it is to have a look at the scale of change as a sort of an objective assessment. And when we were looking at some of the views around the edges of the town centre, there are sort of opportunities to reach different views as to what that might be. But it's valueless. It's deliberately valueless. It's about understanding how much that view would change. So in a case like this, where we're saying major, let's drop the neutral for a minute, major cumulative, we're saying that the effect of, well, so the major is derived from, just trying to remember from the, well, it must, I think cumulatively we go to a high magnitude of change, or medium high for the purposes of our initial assessment, and then it goes up to high, which is why you move from moderate beneficial to major neutral. And then the neutral point is that because of the way that we've assessed it in this instance, it's either neutral, adverse, or beneficial, and it's there that we apply value to whether or not the view would essentially be better or worse. So you can have a slightly odd situation where a view is marginally better, but the magnitude of change is high, and therefore you end up with major beneficial. Such is the nature of the assessment.
And that's all set out, I think, on page 7 is the methodology.
The methodology,
you look at the magnitude, and then you drop in the nature of the change at the end.
Yes. So here we reach the view that it's neutral because we are in 7.118, I think very fairly identifying that there are risks of this being such a high magnitude of change that it could end up being adverse. But that overall, when we look at the schemes taken together from the information we had before us, the quality was sufficient to reach the point where the quality impact was neutral, but there was still a major degree of change.
Understood.
Unless
there's any further questions from the inspector, that's the re-examination. Thank you.
On clarification in terms of one of the key points, 3.1. Right.
Yeah.
3.1.
Yes.
Looking east.
West.
Sorry, west. East square. I'm just looking at this. Obviously, that cinema has been now built, so clearly that's going to
Yes.
impact, which hasn't been taken into account in that view.
No, so you can see that in you get to see the age of things in view view 10, which has got a building site in the front of it, which is the cinema. So you can see where they've got to, and it might be possible in view 1. In fact, I think you can. In view 1, you can see a framework rising up above, a steel frame rising up above the buildings in the background, just to zoom in. Yeah. So that's the height of the cinema building.
Right. I mean, I walked along there at lunchtime, so
Yeah.
I noticed that has some effect on how much of Brook House you can see.
Yeah. So actually,
from that direction.
yeah. So from this location, it doesn't have that much of an effect, but as you get closer, it sort of has more of an effect with.
Okay. Right.
Thank you.
And I'm moving on to Mr. Tracy, but we'll take a short break before that.
Thank you.
It's 8 minutes past 3, so if we break till past, we should give Mr. Tracy a chance to get his papers together or whatever he needs to do.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy. Welcome back to the inquiry. I don't need to introduce you because we already have. First question. It's been suggested that you adopted a sort of blank canvas approach to considering how to shape the proposed development. Is that right?
No. We looked at context in its broadest sense, physical, social, a little bit of economic, which I think we are asked to do in the key guide to writing design statements. And I feel that we've got a balanced approach to it in the DAS.
You mentioned that CABE. Just tell us a bit more about that CABE guidance and
there is a CABE,
physical, social, economic.
there's a CABE guidance note that was written in 2006, I think reissued in 2007, which I'm assuming it's still relevant. We still use it in the office as a guide for writing and reading design statements, and it kind of sets out the kind of key points you need to, context, is it use, scale, I don't remember the others, but it kind of sets out the key headings you need to deal with in a design and access statement. It also says the design and access statement is a short report outlining the evolution of the design. It's not a it's not a kind of thesis or a history book of.
And on that, I mean, why, in your judgment, is the DAS an appropriate proportionate explanation of the design rationale, and what considerations influence you in deciding how far or how less to go in terms of the depth of the DIS?
Well, I think our DAS does deal with context. We deal with the site constraints. We deal with the history. We deal with highways. We deal with the failing town centre and the nature of that, and the challenges facing retail. We deal with the context that we're actually designing into, which is Gen Z, as I said earlier. 2 days ago. Effectively, our brief is to anticipate a future lifestyle that people will be living over the next 5 to 10 years, and design appropriately for that lifestyle.
Next subject, community engagement and involvement, which is something that Mr. Ells has talked about. Bearing in mind what came before, namely the master plan and its consultation, and what's to come in future, namely reserve matters and its engagement, is this a development which will have been the subject of effective community engagement?
Yes, I mean, again, I believe so. We made that document, consulted on some of the key principles in the wider town centre. We were developing up our vision at the same time, so we were able to use some of that data to inform the vision that we were coming up with. And then we obviously did a consultation event, which I think is Redwood carried out. And there's a statement of community involvement. As was said yesterday, I think there was 35,000 leaflets distributed. It was unfortunately done during COVID, so we were in lockdown, and I think it was probably one of the first digital consultations that was carried out. But I think they asked a number of questions. The statement of community involvement looks at a number of hits on the website, which I think was about 1,700, and then they got about between 80 and 90 responses for each of the questions. Most of the questions were generally positive. I think the height was negative, but I think we were always going to face that. So I think there was nothing coming out of that would force us to radically rethink our design in the light of those answers.
I mean, we heard the councillor it wasn't our Tuesday, wasn't it? I think the councillor who said, well, in her view, those of her residents who opposed the development wanted no more than 6 stories. I mean, having heard that, is there anything about that would have led you to do anything differently in terms of the design?
No, I think height is always a very emotive subject, but not in this instance. No, we thought we had an appropriate scheme for the site.
A point that Mr. Reynolds makes in his evidence is that there was a reduction in the maximum building height, the tallest building of, I think it was 4 stories. I think
It's 7 stories.
7 stories down, during the currency of the application. And he suggests that, well, that shows that it was a fairly arbitrary design in the first place if you were able to lop off so much so readily. Can you just tell the respect a little bit about how that reduction came to be and whether it does reflect any
So
failure?
I think we came up with a height rationale. It's in section 7, and I'll no doubt be questioned on it, which we generally agreed with the planners. We explored different options in height about, do you build up singularly or do you have a kind of staccato sine wave profile to the buildings. That was all discussed with the planners during pre-app, and I think pre-app meeting minutes touch on it slightly. We explored the height, particularly of the marker building, with the planners, and the fact that, could that go up to 28? And I think they were actually comfortable at, at 28 stories. Once the application went in, I think they got feedback. I don't know whether they got feedback from the councillors, but they came back to us and asked us to reduce it by, I think it's 7 stories. To get whatever we went in at, it came down to 21. They said 21 is the most we can have.
Being the officers.
The officers.
Mm-hmm.
And then adjust the other blocks either side of it to maintain that same sweeping profile of that being the tallest building sweeping down to the edge.
And is it your judgment that the original application would have been appropriate, the original version would have been appropriate? Was it concession, or was it done in the light of advice as to what the council might be minded to authorise?
I still think we think the original application was appropriate because it had a greater step in height between the other buildings and the market building, which emphasised that market building more. And I think we've lost that slightly.
And what's the rationale for stepping up? There's a discussion again that I had with Mr. Reynolds yesterday about stepping up to the marker buildings, and we don't accept it, but he thought that wasn't consistent with the master plan. Obviously, the office didn't agree because they thought we were consistent with the master plan. But just talk us through the rationale for the step.
Yeah, I mean, I think this goes way back to the original vision that we presented almost in, meeting probably 2, because I think meeting 1 was solely about analysis and context. The initial vision that we presented, and it's in the DAS, kind of took Brook House, and aware of what was coming forward in the rest of the town centre, was almost signalling the entrances to the town centre from the 4 compass points. Mm-hmm. And so the marker building was quite important, and also because we were reopening the north-south route. So I think one of the things we very quickly identified when we were doing the analysis was this lack of north-south connectivity that exists in the town, and permeability. And particularly from the journey, the customer experience from the train station, walking across the bus station, and the moment you have to go in the back door of the Eastgate, through the Eastgate Mall, out the other side, up a bit of an open street, and then you arrive in Town Square. So that sequence of customer journey from particularly the train station into the core of the town centre, we felt was really poor. So, I think one of the big gestures we wanted to do was open up a 24-hour route, and we felt the marker building is quite important in signalling that 24-hour route from the train station.
Thank you. Just bear with me one. That probably, if we go to CD 4.10 and viewpoint 7, 4.10 is the horizontal limits of deviation plan, and viewpoint 7, which was discussed with Mr. Hancock. See 4.21, page 83. So CD 4.10, which is the plan, and 4.21, page 83.
Sorry, the 421's the DAS, is it?
421 is not, it's the updated TVIA,
Oh, sorry.
HTVIA.
What page of 421, sorry?
421 page 83.
U7, is it?
So I think
Page,
it should be page 421 page 83 viewpoint 7.
Right.
And then 410. So Mr. Hancock was asked about this in this arrangement in chief. And it was the various points were put about the extent to which this would in fact be a welcoming gateway. Can you just talk through the design rationale from this and how it's intended to operate from this?
I think, can I also then direct everybody to page 38 of the design code?
Yes,
Is it the design code? Yes, it is.
38.
It's 38. So I think here the important issue is we're dealing with parameter plans and illustrative plan and design code. The parameter plan shows a square block, obviously showing the horizontal and vertical parameters, because we don't want to define exactly the shape of the block. Although the design code says that the block should be curved, oval or faceted, but we don't actually want to define, so you've got to fit an oval or some kind of curved form within that square rectangular parameter. So we felt that you won't actually get the parameter in real life. The curved building does lead you in better. The base of that curved building needs to be cut back as well to give more, and that's the kind of modernist, with the building Pilates, and I think we said there was a 2-3 cut back at ground floor to widen you into that, and then you narrow going up the street, which we felt was an appropriate scale between taller buildings, because that would accentuate the opening out into town square and then the view that you get of Brook House.
Thank you. Then next question, put those documents away, but keep the design code. And this question is one question, but take as much time as you need on it, which is really, how do you see the design code operating? So having regard to Mr. Reynolds says, and shall and must and may, etc., in your own words, how is it meant to operate and how will it operate?
Yes, I think the first thing to say is architects are not wordsmiths. We deal with them, imagery and drawings and pictures. So I think generally we would not really probably distinguish between should or must, although I recognise Mr. Reynolds' comments, and I have gone, I went last night and looked at a whole number of design codes, and there certainly are a number of design codes that don't have should in it at all. They only have must. So I would certainly concede that. However, I did look at a few that have a mixture of should and must. I think importantly, I looked at the Architects General Master Plan Awards in 2021, and one of the shortlisted schemes is Nansledan, if I pronounced that correctly, by Adam Architecture, which is the master plan for new settlement for Duchy of Cornwall. And that design code is 36 pages long, at 80 shoulds and 47 musts. So clearly they do mix up shoulds and musts there. I think the other thing, again, I've been through, where we use should and where we use must, and we could probably easily replace shoulds with musts in the design code. I was I think there's overall we use 233 uses of should. There's 201 in the architectural design code. There's 32 in the landscape. There are a number of places where I think it's entirely appropriate to use should. In particular, I think it was to do with the unit sizes. I can't remember. Where we say unit sizes should meet the NDSS. And then at the bottom of that, we clarify that to say that's the minimum requirement. If that was a must, it would mean that nobody could build higher than the NDSS. So I think there are places that should is appropriate. But I think actually exterior architecture covered it really well. So in 4.1, page 66 of the design code. And I think a lot of the, I wonder if a lot of the ambiguity could be covered off either with a planning condition if it's possible, or a statement by us similar to what exterior put.
Just let's see, so it's page 66.
Page 66 of the design code.
That's the landscape design code, and just point us to
So they say they're using the landscape design code, and
green box.
Green box, and we should put this in undoubtedly. It says this code has been structured to identify key features of the Eastgate quarter development and explains and illustrates how these should be applied to create an attractive, distinctive and high quality place. The code is organised to outline the general principles for design for the site as a whole to ensure a cohesive and appropriate design response, followed with the strategic design principles for each character area to create distinctiveness and respond to the primary purpose of the landscape spaces. The final section, I'm probably labouring this if I read it all, but the next paragraph is an important one. All reserve matters applications pursuant to the outline planning permission shall confirm with and shall include a statement of conform what? Oh, thank you. With the design code. Not only can we not write, we can't speak either. The principles set out in this document are mandatory instructions, except where clearly specified otherwise. I think that's the important sentence is they use should and must, but they're saying that it's everything's mandatory. However, there may be circumstances where a designer preparing a scheme in accordance with the code feels that localized deviation from the code could better contribute to the quality and identity of the character area. Exemptions from the code should be justified by a strong rationale. And I think I would really support that, because what we don't want to do is stifle future designers down the road from coming up with better solutions than we've come up with.
So just pausing there, taking this in stages, am I right in understanding that your intention behind the word should, shall and must is that they're all mandatory within the terms of the design code before we get to the external architect?
Yes.
So they're all mandatory, albeit that they're sort of minima rather than maxima. So for example, should meet the NDSS doesn't mean you can't go above, but they're all within the terms of the design code intended to be mandatory, but that what you have in mind is then the application of the design code is as per the landscape design code, so that, in other words, the mandatory requirements of the design code should be delivered at RM stage unless there is a strong rationale justification in the terms set out there.
Yes, and I looked up the dictionary definition of should this morning because I knew this would come up. And one of the definitions is used to indicate obligation, duty, or correctness. So I don't believe it is I believe it is, and when you look at synonym of should, you get must.
And I, from your point of view, do you have any objection to for example, 1-page addendum to the design code to have the same text as is set out in landscape design code added to the main design code?
No. And something we should, in hindsight, we should have done.
Or something we could do.
Yeah.
Still. Just then on this point, could you take up CD 1.11? Which hopefully is the National Model Design Code. And could you then take up for example, page 32. I'm using the hard copy pagination on the bottom left,
So
which normally means it's a different page in the PDF, but
for
paragraph 62.
page 35 for those that are on digital.
Just have a scan through the
Yeah.
text below identity.
Yeah.
And tell me what you notice in terms of the choice of language. Do you see a particular word that comes up twice in the first line and then immediately after sense of place?
Should.
Yes. And what does that suggest to you about whether the authors of the National Model Design Code have any particular beef with the use of that word?
No.
No. And there's just two examples. It's replete with the use of the word should. Points. Well, firstly, anything more you want to say on the design code at this stage?
Don't think so. No, I'm sure the question on it.
And the suggestion that there are pinch points in certain parts of the scheme by Mr. Rose. Anything you'd like to say in relation to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the pinch points that were selected, I don't think have been interpreted correctly. I think a number of the pinch points that have been identified are at ground. Well, they've been identified as pinch points, but at ground floor, it's either side returns of retail to side returns of retail, where you probably don't want big gaps. I think one was identified, and the residential happens above, so it's not going to impact the residential too much as long as you're above the adjacent building. And then there's been a number of others. I think in front of the bus station has been identified. But again, you've got a frontage of commercial with the buildings on pilotis above, so you're actually above the bus station. So I don't believe the pinch points are necessarily fair. There are.
Thank you. I think we'll leave that there. I've got no, there's anything further you wish to add, Mr. Tracy. That's all the evidence of chief.
We said we weren't going through anything more, but your cross-examination, you said, was an hour and a half, I think, approximately. Right, okay. Right.
We'll do so, just to be clear, what we will do is literally cut and paste the text from that into something which, if you decide is appropriate, can be appended to whether actually appended to the design code or something referenced in a condition.
Okay.
To give it that.
Right.
Not that we say it's necessary, but in light of what Mr. Reynolds has said, it would perhaps be something you may wish to condition in.
We could provide that and I'll consider it, but
Yes.
yeah. Well, I suppose we should break then and resume tomorrow at 9:15. Unless anybody has a strong objection. No. Anything in terms of the attendance list is somewhere? Yeah, sure, yeah, that's fine. We've got the addendum to the Housing Land Supply Statement of Common Ground. Got the latest draft of the Section 106 obligation. The soil compliance statement, I think you said, will be hopefully provided by tomorrow. Anything else in terms of documentation or? No. Okay. Right. I'll see you here then at 9:15 tomorrow. With the aim of hopefully finishing by about 2 with a fair wind. Yeah.